Wow, I have been on mute this whole time. I'm using cam audio today instead of my microphone. I apologize to the stream. I haven't said anything useful. Just that I was going to reverse engineer this power supply to make it into a Kosmo module. And the information on that isn't really much. Just I'll be adding a switch to it and making it Kosmo friendly, basically. That's the only thing I really said that was muted. I cannot believe I did that. It's always something with Livestream. First, my phone was dead, so I couldn't do chat on phone. And then now my camera was muted the whole time. Emotional damage. Just a mild amount of damage there. There's literally nothing anybody missed that was important. Me rambling would probably be a silent movie picture there for a little bit. I apologize for that on the YouTube side of things. I have been over here talking to myself. I'm glad I thought to check chat. I forget about YouTube chat whenever I don't have it in front of me. And this time around, I do have it in front of me. And the reason it was muted, the cam audio was muted, was because I was using my mixer and a condenser mic so that the audio sounded better. But this time around, I messed around and lost track of time. I got a package was quote unquote delivered, but really wasn't. And so I've been dealing with a missing package, and I don't know, it just threw the whole schedule off. And so when I started the stream, I forgot to check to see if my actual condenser mic was on and working and the right levels and everything, because, well, that's something I have to set just about every time, is the levels, because I don't want to peek it out or anything. But I know the camera mic works just fine as is, so I've got the camera mic unmuted. You should be able to hear me now. I do apologize. That happens. Why does it have to happen to me, though? Anyway, we're just putting in the resistors right now and realizing I might run out of some soon. But yeah, this drum machine is the second to last module left. When this module is complete, when this module is completed, I'll have the modulation station left to put together, and that's it. Then we'll be back on design. And there's a couple of things on the plate. One, I want to redesign Cinco de VCO. I want to make it a little bit better. There's a few things about it that I can improve on, such as better tracking, and I'm gonna try my hand at some Arduino coding. I want to put the tuner circuit in it, which it doesn't currently have, and I also want to modify said tuning circuit so that basically one oscillator will tune all of them. And that's a trick that hasn't been done that I can find yet, so that's going to be something, that's going to be a little bit of live and learn. We'll figure it out. So I don't know if there's enough interest in that, but if you guys want to see the reverse engineering of the power supply and it being converted to a Kosmo module, let me know. If you want to see the redesign of Cinco de VCO, where I make it have the tuner circuit and possibly sub-tune the other oscillators, I mean, those are things that are on my list. I haven't started on them yet because I've been trying to get these modules out of the way, and I had not realized it's been 5 months. We've been building on this synthesizer for 5 months already. Time flies, doesn't it? Oh man, time has flown. When I realized that the Cinco de VCO, I designed that in December, and I started building Kosmo modules on the live stream in January, I think. Yeah, I think the very first I started doing the very first one in January, or maybe the very tail end of December. But it was definitely after I did the Cinco de VCO module. That one, that was a really beefy module because it's got 5 oscillators in it, and that means there's 5 circuits that had to be put together. 5 main boards, 5 jack boards, 5 knob boards, a main board, 48 jack sockets, 20 knobs. It was a lot. We're talking, that was a pretty big module. And then now, months later, 6 months later, I'm finishing the drum module, which is right before the modulation station, which is the quad low frequency oscillator. And that will conclude all of the modules that I've got ordered or plan to order for at least a little while. So those are going to be well, the modulation station doesn't have a date on it yet. I can't give you a date. It hasn't been delivered. When it gets delivered, I will give you a date. It depends on when it gets here as to when I can put it together, because, you know, being a parent, I can't just I mean, I can build, but I would have to build muted because they're loud and love playing, and I'm not going to stop them playing just so I can build on a live stream, you know? So why do the live stream while they're here? Plus, a lot can happen on live. I'd rather limit to what could happen to electronic based, you know? And so, yeah, for the time being, I've been just kind of as I can. There's no set schedule for the live streams. I literally do them as I have the time, because most of the time I don't. There's a lot of resistors in this board. And I say this, but when you guys see what goes into the modulation station, you're gonna be like, that's a lot. And I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna be right, because it is a lot. It is, the bill of material is kind of scary. Like, on one part it says this is for the whole module, right? And it doesn't look like there's that many components. But then there's another section on the page, and it says this is per board that goes on the module. And you're like, oh, that's a lot. What? That is a lot. Why is there so many? But it's fine, really, because, well, I've got all the parts for it, I think. I hope. We find out. When I try to build it, if I don't have everything I need, we'll know. Because that has happened before. I've did the MIDI Muso. There was a trimmer pot that I totally missed. And that was, I had to stop the whole build right there over that, because it was a critical component. Alright, so we need 10 ohms. Those are not 10 ohms. Here's a 10 ohm. We've about got the forest of resistors installed. I'm going to put 2 of these in, and then we got to put this, there's a 150K left. And then I'm going to solder these and get them out of the way. There's a lot of legs in my way. I've probably missed a half hour and everything. Have I missed a half hour? I sure did. I missed about 9 minutes. I'm sorry, Liz, if you're watching. They're probably all watching the patron stream over on Clive channel, which is fair. That was my fault for scheduling this today on a Thursday. I should have done it yesterday. but I didn't feel good. I've been feeling a bit off. I don't know. I haven't been feeling all that great with my teeth, so because of my teeth not making me feel the greatest, like that, I'm in a tremendous amount of pain. I just don't show it. And because of that, I haven't been able to focus well enough to really... Oh, there's an 18K. How about that? I did miss one. And I have an 18K. Wow, I've never even used one. This package is brand new. Well, package, I say that loosely. I mean the little, like 25 that comes on a strip hasn't been disturbed. And there's a 47K. I keep finding the little oddballs. This is a busy Bessie. Yes, indeed. Is that all of them? Did we get them all the time? We sure did. Wow, that's a mess. That's a lot of leads, isn't it? Excuse me. Time to lay down some solder and get some coffee. Hope you guys are doing good. I'm still building away. The actual YouTube side looks okay, I guess. It doesn't. It seems a bit out of focus. There we go. Maybe that's in focus. I don't know if it was out of focus before or not, but it never hurts to double check. I'm blind, so when it looks blurry, it could actually just be me. But yeah, there's a lot going on this board, so it took me a minute to get all of those resistors in, and that's the longest part of the process, I feel like, on this one, on this board. There's been some boards that the wiring was a bit lengthy, but that was the Cinco de VCO, and that was partially because I chose a modular design, but I want to make a version 2 that's not modular. That's like, oh no, don't solder a blank pad. Oh, you silly. Anyway, I want to make a version 2 of the Cinco de VCO where there isn't a big wad of ribbon cable in the back of it. I did that on purpose because it's a modular module. It's modular in the sense that you literally can take that apart and move it into something else, and it isn't limited to the Kosmo face panel. That was the whole purpose there. The ability to move it into something else and it be multi-purpose. And because of that, now it does present a large array of wires in the back, and that's, well, I don't know. I don't need all that. And I would not mind having a better design too. So what does that mean? That means back to the design. Back to the drawing board. And I don't know. I like designing things too. It's fun. So if you guys really want to see like the design process of it, full swing, I did not do a very good job covering that the first time. I could just live stream the whole design process the second time around, because I'm going to basically tear it apart and redo it ish, like after a fashion. Maybe not totally from scratch, but it'll most definitely be a new board by the time I'm done with it. It's probably not even going to be the same dimensions. Oh, I blanked a board again. I've soldered a blank hole. Foolish me. Oh no. Oh, and I almost did again. Am I blind? Am I having a blind day? Let me fix. I gotta fix that. That's gonna bug me. I've messed that up already. There we go. Good as new, like it never happened. But yeah, I've been between dealing with dental stuff, which has been really the reason I haven't been making a lot of videos lately. Like videos, I've done live stream, but those are because my ADHD. If I don't do them live, I'll never remember to do a video about it. So I do live stream so that I can capture what it is that I do live, and then when something happens and I forget, I have a board I can go reference, or a video I can go reference, rather than just guesswork. What did I do to this thing? Why doesn't it work? No problem, I got footage. And then of course designing things, I don't know. I've never actually done a live stream while I was designing something. That might be fun. People might like it. I don't know. I don't know what people like. I've always been kind of a loner, so I don't really know people. I know stuff. I know enough to be bad at doing junk, and that's about it. And play music a little bit. Surprise, surprise, I might test this module while we're on live. I normally, I didn't test the offset boost attenuator on live. I did test it later in the evening, and it works, no problem. There's nothing to report. Nothing interesting. It didn't, like, nothing blew up, no smoke. It just worked as you would expect. So I didn't bother doing anything on that. This is a drum module, however, which means there's sounds to be heard, and, well, quite frankly, I'm really curious. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna test this on live, so I've got some, like, audio of it. And I can run my mixer through live on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube watching, you'll get to hear more of a direct input, right? And then TikTok, if you're still watching, you'll get what my phone hears. So, yeah. Take it with a grain of salt, I guess. My head's got to be in the way. I can't see past the forest of leads. That is so many leads. Oh my god. Da, 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 da. I saw there we go. I was gonna say I saw a whole row. I know I saw a whole row that hadn't even been done, but I got to get my head down in there because I can't hardly see. So I apologize for the headshots. Hopefully it's not too bad. Once I kind of can see enough, I lean back a little bit. So hopefully that helps. I believe that's all of the resistors done. Just giving it a quick triple glance. Looks good. Time to snippety snip. Where's my snips? There's my snips. Yeah, that the modulation station is what I've been looking forward to the most, because I like generative ambience. I like something that basically just changes on its own, has a mind of its own. You just kind of set it up and you let it swirl around, kind of like when you shake glitter up in those glitter bottles. You know what I'm talking about? The water glitter, liquid glitter. Anyway, it looks like a galaxy. Well, that's what I like to hear, is a swirl of just it generating its own sounds. And low frequency oscillators do that. They, between their temperature variances and tuning variances, once you kind of set them up to trigger and sequence things, you can have some really cool, like, slow space music, spacey music. And I love spacey music. I did forget one. That one lead right there. Right before I clipped it, I saw it hadn't been attached. But anyway, so I like generative space ambience, and so that's what this synthesizer I'm working on is. That's the goal. I don't know how to play chord progression stuff really. I'm gonna practice it, but I don't know how to do it already. So like drum and bass and stuff like that, I would like to be able to do, but I'm not very good at it. I've never been able to do it. I've been 6 months in the build process. I haven't been able to play it yet. There's been so much building, I haven't been able to play it. If I would have bought it, I could have jumped straight to playing it, which is why I did buy a full-fledged analog synthesizer, like before I started building this thing, so that when I have that itch to make some bloop noises on my bleep machine, I can go in there and do it. And so far that's been a really good decision, because every now and then I do want to go in there and make some synthesizer noise, but I don't want to have to wait on this thing to be finished. So if you're in the very early stages, you haven't done anything at all, I highly recommend getting something to satisfy your sound needs immediately before you start the DIY journey, because it's a long one. I mean, even if I would have had every module on hand, it still would have taken the time, because kids, life, it takes several hours. I mean, it only takes a couple hours on Livestream, I guess, but in reality, I'm having to gather everything, get it all set up and ready to go, and then by the time the camera actually rolls on, I've spent probably an hour of prep time. So you add that hour to the live stream time, that's how long it takes me, for real, to build one of these. And I've built 14 of them, not including my own. That makes 15. And then that's not including the prototypes. I've built several prototypes, so it's the prototype started back in October, and then I spent November building something else, and then December rolled around and decided this was going to be the VCO day, and that's when Cinco de VCO was born. Chat's looking pretty much like I'd expect. It's fine. Keeps me from slowing down. So we've got all of the resistors. Resistors look good. What do we have next? That is easy peasy lemon squeezy. We need to do the diodes next. So far as I can tell, they are all the same, but in case they're not, we're gonna go one at a time. I guess that was two, but we're not going to try to pull out but one at a time, because diodes are not all the same. They are not all made equal. Where's my small pliers? There they are. Anyway, I hope there's other DIYers out there, though, that have taken music DIY to a level of self-satisfactory engineering, I guess. because it is fun as hell. I love it. It's one of my favorite things to do is build stuff. Just stuff. I don't care what it is. I like building things, making things. So this has kept me busy for, well, 6 months. And I actually have stuff on backlog. I've got oh man, what, modulation station is 1. Oscilloscope is 2. I have a hexputer. That's 3. And then I've got a spectrum analyzer. That's 4. LED controller. That's 5. Audio controlled LED controller, mind you, not the one that I just finished designing for the kids' bunk bed, but one for like lighting while you're playing your synthesizer. I have lighting effects on it. So yeah, I've got like 5 projects readily just off the top of my head, and that's never mind redesigning the Synco to VCO. That's 6. Reverse engineering the power supplies, 7. It's, you know, like it starts to pile up a little bit, and I'm just like, well, you know, bright side to stuff being piled up, I won't get bored. Drawback, it's gonna take me a lot of catch up. So yeah, it's been a thing. What, I did forget a resistor. I forgot a 1K way down here at the bottom. Little lonesome dude. We'll put him in there right now. Just while we're right here, why not? I know there's some resistors on the other side, and we're not totally done with them, but I try to do them in kind of an order. Makes me feel good. There's no rules, though. You can put them in any order you want to. You could put in the big stuff first if you really wanted to, but from experience and common sense, it actually is easier to put the smallest stuff in first. We're not going to talk about the fact that that was a plugged hole due to gross incompetence of the user kind. Alright, so do we have any more diodes left to put in? I see a 1K resistor that I missed though. Should have known. Always one sneaky. Any more diodes? I see no more diodes. Oh, I see 2 of them side by side. How about that? Go figure. Spoon, how's it going? Hope you're doing good. I'm not doing very good at keeping up with chat right now. I apologize. I am presently building. I was chatting directly with chat there for a second, but now I'm kind of focused out on the build side. So if I don't converse, I do apologize. I'm trying to knock this out because it's a busy build, and I don't know how long it's going to take. Now, is that all of them? I see so far so good. Looks like everything are capped so far so good. So far so good. Cool. That's all of the diodes there. Are there any diodes on the back aside from the light emitting diodes? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. An R4. Wow, there's not a silkscreen on that. So let me show you. This does not have a silkscreen on the Twin-T jack socket. So what we're going to do, not muted here. Oh, well, it was muted at first, Skull. I accidentally kind of sort of yeah, I forgot to unmute any of the microphones at all. Literally, like all of the mics were muted. The condenser mic that I was using on the last live stream was muted because I was playing and didn't want feedback, and I forgot to put it in. All right, so looking at the schematic, the resistors are 1K. The ones that are unlabeled, these are 1K resistors. So, cool. We'll put 1Ks in those. Anyway, so yeah, Skull, there was a few minutes of the stream. I don't know how much of it, and I do apologize about that to anyone that's here now that was at the very beginning. But yeah, it got muted, and that was both my cam audio got muted, so there wasn't like double audio, and my condenser mic was muted, so there was no like mixer audio. It was just no sound altogether. Tragedy. But all I talked about in that silence before the mic was just that there was one more module left to build, which is the modulation station. And since you're getting here, I'm going to be working on this frequency central power supply. I'm going to reverse engineer this and convert it to a Kosmo module. I've got a design in my head that I want to use. I see a problem right here. Problem waiting to happen. But anyway, I'm going to convert it to a Kosmo module because why not? There's no reason why not. There's absolutely not one iota reason why it should not be about mute. Yeah, they were saying mute because I was muted there at the beginning. You're fine, no worries. You're all Gucci. Chat has actually been fairly quiet, so that comment was like toward the very, very beginning. But it was that was a user error. That was my fault. Which should be good now. Anyway, you haven't really missed anything. All I've done was I got all the resistors in. We did not have to substitute any resistor values, so they are all according to the schematic. The only thing I guess that I talked about that you might have missed was I am in fact going to redesign Synco to VCO, and a spectrum analyzer is in the works. The power supply is in the works. The modulation station's in the works. So is like a bunch of other crap. But audio-wise, like synthesizer-wise, it's the power supply and the modulation. Those are the ones that are in line. And the only reason I haven't done the other one is because it hadn't made it yet. Waiting on post. Takes forever. That power supply, I was nervous it wasn't even going to make it because it disappeared there for a second. Like the tracking said in transit for a couple of days, but no updates. And I was, alrighty, well, I hope it gets here. I'm going to set for your channel on the... Haha. Appreciate you. Good looking out, my hero. Well, you know, and I'll build these live because if something happens, I can reference what happened. That was the main thing. But I'm very glad that people enjoyed enough to watch. It makes me feel like actually turning the it does not take any effort to turn the camera on. It takes effort to get it to work. Not gonna lie, it takes a little effort to get it to work. But, you know, you guys make it worth it, you know. Like, the support has been amazing, and the community of the synthesis nature has been amazing. Electronics people are my people. You guys rock. I'm putting in these 2N3904s, why not? It just worked. They were calling out to me. These capacitors I bought for this board are all like Mylar caps because somebody, I believe Sam himself, the designer of this board, said that there was issue with noise using ceramic caps. So we're not using ceramic caps. We're going to use Mylar caps, which are an upgrade from AliExpress post. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. It's so stressful when mail is lost. I'm really hoping. DHL has lost one package before, and it showed up that afternoon. So I'm hoping that's what'll happen here. Is like, you know, maybe they accidentally marked it delivered, and it'll just show up a bit later. All right, now we also have that 100. It says right here. I'm going to zoom in for just a second, just for clarification purposes. One moment. Focus, please. All right. Right here it says 100 MHz for megahertz. It should just say MH for millihenry for future reference. Anybody looking at this board later and kind of want to know, it does not actually mean, it does not want 100 megahertz. It wants a 100 millihenry inductor. Noise with ceramic caps. Yeah, that's what was said. Something about it having, like, with this drum module being the way it is, there was noise. So I don't know. And it said to tilt this inductor over a bit to make room. Yeah, I see why. Okay. Yeah. The LEDs, the potentiometer on the back is a trimmer pot. That'll be tricky. This is such a, he did say it was a busy module. No kidding. It is a busy Bessie. It's not a hard one. It's not a hard build. It's just busy. There's a lot going on. So if you're putting the the Twin-T drummer together, that's a fun one. I'll give it a 10 out of 10. To be honest with you, all the modules I've put together are pretty fun to put together, but the designs, I don't know. If you've never invested in one of these, you should do it. Just do it one time. It's a coil. That's witchcraft, right? So, well, that I feel like analog circuitry is I'm comfortable in it. I'm not very good at digital, and everybody says digital is easy. And I'm going, I disagree. I think digital is hard. And so while everybody's talking about digital, I'm over here with the analog, and I get called voodoo wizardry. L8, there we go, L780L05, cool. I knew I had one. I finally got one. To show you some irony, I had to use one of these on another module. Oops, this is the wrong one. This is the one. This is an L7805, and this is a L78L05. They're dead the same, except for 1 amp, 0.1 amp. So I had to substitute one of these big chonking ones in there. Alright, so these are all 1 meg trim pots. Might as well leave them out. The rest of these can go up. Yeah, cool. I've got chips for days, man. I actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these drum chips, so I could make another drummer if I wanted to, like at a different time. The 4011 chips, and I got the AE chips specifically. There's a difference in them. I think there's 3 kinds or something like that, but there's a difference in the chips. I don't know what the differences are. Don't quote me, but there's differences, and I got the AE chips at 10 centimeter by I swear. That is, you know what? And that is why I've designed most of my modules to be modular. Like the Cinco de VCO, that's why it's a modular module. So that, like the actual sub PCBs are really small. That was another factor. And in fact, I believe they're like 60 by 70 or 60 by 80, something like that. They're really tiny. But anyway. But yeah, Skull, you know the frequency central power supply, that 12 pounds for that power supply, that's a whole lot of money for us broke people once you include shipping and the fact that it's international shipping at that. So I'm going to take this board and convert it to a Kosmo module so that it sits on the back of a Kosmo module. And I even got a whole mess of the caps to go with it, like all the caps. And let's see, there's the heat sinks for the regulators, which they claimed to have been delivered today, but they were not. It was one of those falsies where it said it was but wasn't. And I have a case opened on it already, and I've already contacted Tadia to let them know that my order didn't make it. So it'll get solved, although it's just maybe not the most ideal circumstance. It just means I have to wait longer to do the engineering, the testing and all of that stuff. Because all I'm going to do is I'm going to take the board and I'm going to trace it out, write it down on paper, take it over to my computer, punch it in KiCad, make a design, make the schematic file. Once I make the schematic file based off the board itself, then that's where the modifications and engineering is going to come in. I'm going to add power switch for the overall power and a 5-volt switch so you can disable the 5-volt if you don't need it. I don't know that it matters, but it'd be, you know, makes me feel good. And I'm gonna, for the face panel, I'm gonna have a hole on the front that just says the hole across the top of it. And then in the instructions it says insert barrel jack into the hole and plug in back. And they'll look at the module and it'll just be right in their face. Insert into the hole. Oh, you mean that one? The one that says the hole. Anyway, so once that's done, you can take up, I'm hoping to fit it in a 5 centimeter wide. But let me tell you, again, I go right back to, if you're DIYing a synthesizer and you're kind of worried about rack space, maybe you forgot the fact that you built your rack. You could just build it wider, you know? It's hard being poor. Yeah, oh God, it is. It is very hard being poor. But synthesis is more addicting than being poor is, so I find ways. I will shake my booty for synthesis. I'll do you some favors for some capacitors. Gonna shut up now. Let me bring up some capacitor codes so we can, because I bought Mylar caps and I don't feel like hurting my brain. 4.7 nanofarads. That's 0.47 microfarads, right? We're all in agreement. 0.47, let's see. 4.7 nanofarad is 473. Oh, these are 474s. 473. I know I got 473. There's 472. Don't play with me. I bought all the right 473. Yo, I know I bought the right ones. I know I bought every one I needed. 473. Where the heck is it then? Are you kidding me? What? What? Where's my 473? Do I have 473s up here? Of course I have 473s. Ah, but those are... Hey, I've got Mylar caps up here. 473s, right on. That should be these ones. $473, perfect. Oh, I got nervous. Little slender. These are the first caps that I've used that are like this. Most of the caps I use are ceramic caps. So let's go ahead and get rid of the 47 nanofarads while we're right here. That is not a 473. That's a 473. So yeah, 473 is 47 nanofarads. I thought I bought them. Maybe this is why I didn't buy them, is because I had them right here. This thing is looking cool though for anybody that likes analog circuitry. Tell you what, for TikTok stream, so you can see where I'm at so far. Kind of. It's a board full of components. I can't see YouTube chat right at the moment because I had the capacitor code page loaded. So give me 1 second and I'll go back to YouTube chat as soon as I get a pause point. 473. That's, you know what, it's not bad. They're mostly easy to find. 47 nanofarad. Here's a 47 nanofarad. 47 nanofarad. Have you ever seen the farad capacitors? Those are huge, huge. Here's a 47. And these are non-polarized, so there's really no worry here about like which way the label goes or anything. It's just they look different than the ceramic ones. All right, so now let's see, what else do we need? We need a 4.7 nanofarad. .7 nanofarad. 4.7 is 472. Well, here's the 472. We don't even have to dig for those. They're right there in our face. Oh. Seen some big caps like that for car audio. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Great big Bessies. They're like 1 to 8 farad, and they are for car audio. 4N. I love how that one says 4.7 nanofarad. This one says 4N7, which somebody is gonna say the right way is gonna be put the N between, and somebody's gonna say to put the decimal. Here's my opinion. I like 4N7 because it saves characters. You already know it's a capacitor, so you know it's measured in farads. The N takes the place of the decimal. And the N, hey, how's it going? Yeah, what was I saying? So in my opinion, 4N7 works. That'd be the way to do it if I were choosing to do it. And that's just characters, you know, kind of OCD. It's not really gonna change anything, you know. They are the same. 10 nanofarads. That's a 103, isn't it? 10 nanofarads is 103. Yeah. The 103, 102, and 104 I remember because it's it goes from 1 nanofarad to 10 nanofarad to 100 nanofarad, 102, 103, 104. Because it's by the power of, in case anybody didn't know that. So like, when you go from microfarad to nanofarad to picofarad, you're going by the power of three places, I think. Exponents, they're fun, you know? And by fun, I mean only fun for people who like math, which I like math, so I'm saying they're fun. Somebody else would probably disagree. Was that all the 10s? I could have sworn I saw another 10 on there. I really didn't. Cool. Alright, so now we need the 33s, which are these ones, which are one. We're going to confirm that. 33 nanofarad. Right, yeah, I feel that. I do the decimal for labels, and then I do the NF for the silkscreen. Does that make you feel any better? Yeah, that's right, 333. I just wanted to verify that. But yeah, I do the decimal place for labels. Like if you look at my labels, it does say 4.7 UF for the 4.7s or whatever. But for the silkscreen, on all of my silkscreens, they all use the letter, either the N or the U or the P or whatever for the decimal. 33. This thing looks so cool. I finally get to use green capacitors on my modules. You don't know how thrilled I am to finally have green on a circuit board. Like, low key, most of these boards have been either black, blue, or the diodes are red with a black stripe. But there's been no green. And now there's green, and I love it. So we need these ones. These are the 150 nanofarads, I think. Let's see. 150 nano, 154. That's these. You started putting them on there. I saw your comment right as I'd like tabbed, so I'm gonna have to go back to see what you said. Oh, that's a thick Bessie. Do you like drinking bellies from a shoe? Don't have any room on the boards in many cases. Yeah, I felt that. Space is always the big problem. And I'm going to tell you what, even with calipers, sometimes it can still be just a nightmare to try to get everything just right. Alright, so I think that was the last 150 nanofarad. Oh no, that's a 15 nanofarad. Do I even have a 15? Did I get a 15? 152. What's a 152? $153. I need 153s. Where is that at? Right over here. And that's for 15 nanofarads. This is a very, very busy board. And I'm starting to wish I would have put in the sockets, because now I'm going to have to do the claw to be able to hold this thing. What am I again? It looks so cool though with all these Mylar caps on the back. Just saying. Like, look at this. It's a little regular plant. It's growing things. Alright, so that's all the 15s. I believe 4700 nanofarads or 470 nanofarads. So that's 472, 4.7 nanofarads. Did I even need these? 4.2. No, I don't need these. I've already done that. All right. So those can go here. We need 470 nanofarads. 474. Oh, don't tell me those are big. Okay, cool. Yeah, those are the big Bessies. But those ones, I knew they were going to be too big, so I got these instead. These box caps. So now I don't have to use great big Mylar caps. I can just drop one of these box caps. So now we've got variety as the spice of life cap edition. Look at that. We got us a little, now we got a box cap in there. I'm gonna have a couple of them. I'm telling you, I went out of my way to make sure I had everything I needed for everything, so that when it got down to the wire, we wouldn't just be, oh, parts are missing. Parts are missing, because I've had that happen to me. Alrighty, so now we need a couple of hundred nanofarads, and those are going to be 104s, I believe. We need 100 nanofarad. Yeah, those are 104s. I don't care how many of these I've done, I'm going to double check that every time. Every single time. I'd rather get it right the first time than mess it up. And especially, I mean, I've got more than one 411 chip, but you know what? They cost money we just got through talking about being broke. And they cost money. Money I don't have. So we're going to be taking our sweet Bessie time with it. Let me flip that around. Give that a better chance to stick in straight. But we are, I believe, done with the caps. No, we got one more 470. How did I miss that one? I've got a phone call. Papa called me. My granddad called me. Sorry, Papa, I'm building. My phone being on charger, the TikTok live stream can't even see what it is I'm doing. I feel bad about that. There's a 1.5. There's two 1.5s. How did I miss that? That's this one. No, it didn't. It's 152. Where's 152 at? There's 152. This thing's gonna be beatboxing in a bit. We're just gonna plug it in, and hopefully we'll get straight to. But we'll see. Sometimes things don't work immediately. I don't see why it won't. It should work fine, but giving a little bit of room for error. We'll have us hopefully a beatboxing drum machine here in just a bit. Lord, the amount of gaps that went on this thing. Alrighty, so that's all of them. Let's plop some solder down on it, put it all together. I find it so fascinating. I finally got to use a mixture of parts that I never use, which are the box caps and the Mylar caps. And they look cool because it reminds me of like really old tech. Straight up. I mean, it is a 70s, 80s synthesizer module, so I mean, it's all analog circuitry. It's gonna look, you know, it's gonna look a bit dated anyway, but I just love it because shit was reliable. You know what I'm saying? Things are built to last. Those LED modules that I designed for my kid's bunk bed, I bet you those things outlast the bunk bed and the house because I designed them purely off of analog circuitry using through-hole components. Good quality stuff. And I used tried and true components to build up the circuit. And the design is a well-known design with minor engineering things to, you know, meet my needs. So, you know, certain things that I've designed, I feel like ought to last a really long time. And just like these synthesizer modules that Sam's designed, they'll last a really, really long time. Mainly because it's all the components, you know. And then, of course, even when something does break, they're so easy to fix. Like, it's the easiest thing in the world to fix an analog circuit. Maybe that's not easy for everybody. I should stop right there. It's not easy for everybody, but it is not the hardest job you could do. I feel like even a non-electronics person could fix some of these older electronic circuits because they're mostly right there in your face. Easy to see traces, so you know where everything goes and where it's all hooked up to. A lot of them come with really good documentation, and I mean, I don't know, engineering is really there in a lot of these older electronic circuits. So I don't know, I feel like a lot of people could do this kind of stuff on their own, you know, and don't have to be a professional. I'm definitely not a professional. I just enjoy it. I believe that's everything, though. Let's see. Give it that good sideways light shine. Look for any bald spots. Looks good. Looking good. I have not checked chat, though. I am messing with an Arduino sample player right now. Ooh, that sounds cool. Sampling like anything like that. Like, well, it's a sample. What am I questioning? Like wave samples, MP3, like little short clip audio samples, or one-shot triggers. I just want to be sure of what you mean, sample player. I'm assuming with an Arduino it has enough memory to store like little wave files, right? I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't know anything about Arduino. I have 2 of them, and I plan on learning how to use them because of this design I want to do does in fact use an Arduino. And I cannot put the tuner circuit in my VCO without one because the tuner circuit is an Arduino. We're just clipping the leads away, making room for the next layer. I should have done the sockets and things next, but I got a little excited about being able to use green caps. As you may know, I kind of like green a little bit. Designing in-out circuitry for it to work as a module. That's gonna be really cool. So you mean like yeah, I got you. So basically you could play something into it, sample it, and play it back out, or you could put samples on it, right? Am I understanding that correctly? This is a very busy board. Is that a 14 pin socket? That is a 14 pin socket. And that socket is the correct way around. Cool. I've never played with a sampler. I haven't learned how to convert my own samples yet. Oh, okay. That's fine. Totally fair. Hey, you're ahead of me by doing anything with samples. That's already ahead of me. So if it makes you feel any better, I would say that that's quite a good job. I'm saying this because, well, it's a good job, period. Don't matter how far along you are. You're doing something creative. It's my opinion. You're doing something creative. That's something to be proud of. I'm not gonna lie though, a sampler, that's badass. Oh, my coffee machine started beeping. It means my coffee's turned off in there. It's gonna get room temperature eventually, like this coffee. I'm so excited, man. Oh my god. I have one more module left after this one. It's not here yet, but it will be. And that module is... God, we're going to be back into design. I can't do this. What am I doing? Oh no. Oh no. Thank you for not soldering first. Oh, emotional damage. So let me just take a pause right here. If you've never assembled this module and you are planning on it, if you are me in the future, you are noticing something. There's two 1K resistors. No, there's 100K and then an 18K. Okay, now here's why that's important. The solder holes are inside of where these 14 pins got to sit. So it'd be a nightmare to get a soldering iron into that. So we're going to have to pause, and we're going to stick those two resistors in before we go and screw up. So that's the 18K. I see why he said there's a busy board, because there is a lot going on. This is in the middle of a socket, which if I would have done what I was about to do, which was solder down that socket, I wouldn't have been able to solder these resistors in, and then had to go back and undo 28 pins, and that's a nightmare. If anybody's ever removed one pin, oh god, imagine fucking 28 of them shits. Sorry, language. Anyway, so that was a nearly oh crap moment. We're soldering those in now though, so we can continue. But that definitely would have been a tragedy. So resistors and diodes from the top. Yeah, that's not a bad way to do it. I mean, it's not my ideal way, not gonna lie to you. That's not the way I would do it. But it works, and hey, you know something? If it works, it works. That's my opinion there. If it works, it works. What does it matter if he started from the top? It's still gonna get molten and go down into the socket either way, right? So nothing wrong with that. I try to do it on the lead side though, only out of practice. I think I don't think that it has like that's not a rule. The rule is get a good mechanical connection, isn't it? That's the rule. That's your good rule, is get a good mechanical hold, and the solder is just there as kind of a glue to secure it. Unless I'm wrong, but that's the way I look at it. There we go. And on we go like it never happened. That would have been an issue, because you can't even get to that. You can't get to those at all. You would have to do a top-down solder. You would have had no choice but top down. Anyway, so once these sockets are in, what's next? The trimmer pots. I see the knobs. We're finally onto those. I've still got to put in all of the jack socket. Wow, this board did take a minute. I didn't think it was gonna take that long. Not gonna lie, I literally low key thought it was gonna take like an hour, maybe an hour and a half. You know, I have stood corrected. It's definitely been an hour. I don't know how long the stream has been going. It started at 4:15. Well, I was late. I was late to my own stream by 3 or so minutes. So 4:15. It's been about an hour and a half. Hour and 15 maybe. This board does take a bit. How about that? I almost want to go grab some of that coffee before it starts getting too cold. Are you guys gonna leave me? Everybody abandon me when I get up? Because I really am gonna go get up. I'll be right back. Give me like you can solder to aluminum foil. You sure can. You can put the way I do it is to take flux and put on top of the spot that I want to solder and then scratch it under the flux while it's warm so that no oxygen can get to it. But yeah, soldering to aluminum, that shit is hard to do. I will be right back. Give me 30 seconds, a minute. Got some of that hot angry bean juice. Anti-anxiety juicy juice. A ribbon controller out of noodle boxes. Graphite pencil. Hey! Have you tried making one of those carbon lasers? Out of aluminum foil and the strips of iron? Have you tried one of those yet? I have not, personally. The box header, that's something else. That's still cool though. Soldering foil is hard, man. Like, I've only successfully done it once, and it took about 8 tries to do it. I don't know if it was meant to be for me or not, but it took I'm talking about it took me like 8 tries to get it to not oxidize before I could put something on it. It was work. So definitely kudos. Carbon laser. Well, is it called a carbon laser? I don't know what it's called. Maybe a plasma laser. What's the shit with the high current? it's a capacitor, and it creates like these little a laser pulse using high voltage. I'm not crazy. It's a thing. I know it's a thing. I just haven't done it yet. It's a what's it called? Degum ruby laser? No. Plasma. Maybe it's a plasma laser. Maybe it's called a plasma laser, because that's basically what it is. It's shooting off of a beam of plasma. What's old buddy Jay from the Plasma Channel did a version of it. I don't know if you watch the Plasma Channel or not. I don't know if I am subscribed to him or not, but I definitely have watched plenty of that. And I know he did a laser. I know he did one. It's like these two iron rods. Bigger pieces of foil. Yeah, I don't know if it's a thing or not. I said carbon laser, but I didn't. Hey, Frog, how's it going? You caught me building this thing, which has gotten kind of complicated. It's gotten busy. Very busy. And I'm just taking my sweet time now because we're at the tail end of it. That's a joke. I'm not really trying to take my time with it. It's gotten to a point to where I literally had to take a break and go get up and get coffee, and now I've got to make some custom headers. Oh, mercy. All right, so custom sockets it is. I have no issues with custom sockets. Cool color. What, the circuit board? Yeah, most all of them are this color, I think. I'm excited about it. It's a drum module. It's going to be the one that does the. You know what I could do? I'm going to cheat. Are those perfectly lined up? They are. Yo! All right, Sam. Let me show you something. We're going to cheat. I'm going to cheat. We are cheating. All right? We're cheaters. Why are we cheaters? Because we're going to pull out this middle pin here with my pliers. So now I've got one solid row with a missing tooth in the middle. Have a little bit of a tooth in myth, and then bloop. We're going to use one socket. Oh, it freaking worked. I don't have to cut it. I don't have to cut more than one. Let's go. I don't know why that's so amusing, but it is. I love it. I can use one socket. Boots and cats. Yeah! This is the boots and cats machine. Boots and cats and boots and cats. I was able to use one master socket though. That's great. Oh my god. I know that was so. I'm looking at it. I'm like, is that lined up? Is that lined up perfect? It looks like it might be lined up perfect. It was probably done that way by design, by the way. I'm sure. But come on now. That was satisfying as all hell. Like it just bloop. Yeah. Thank you. I'll rip that middle pin out, give it a buck tooth, and turns out that was the right decision because it fits perfectly, and I don't have to deal with two separate sockets. I can just put that one master socket, and that was so great. Oh, that was nice. That was good for me. I'm amused by the satisfactory engineering that is in this entire set of modules, and I mean, every one of them has their own little quirkiness about them, and they're all like, I don't know how to explain it. Okay, they're great, and if I'm saying this because I know I can say this because I know I've put them together. I have the experience of putting them together, and so yeah, 10 of 10. Highly recommend. If you love DIY and synthesis, I'm not even, I promise, I swear to God, Sam is not paying me to promote his shit. I just fucking love these modules. Excuse my language. I'm just excited, you know, as one gets when things are cool. Anyway, I'm not being paid to say that. It just, they're genuinely cool. And I like things that are cool. and work. Not just work, but they work satisfactory. Oh, there's another pin gone. Rip that other tooth out. And this. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, it's a good thing this has the footprint on it. Oh, he did put a little thing. That's why he didn't have the outline. It does say place jacks this side. Look, Mom, no computer was just working in pitch in his, so it would come out with the right spacing if he meant. Yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah, he probably planned that, because I was able to pull a tooth out of each one of those headers, and it was like magic, perfect fit. So these have a pitch of 2.56, right? So he was working with a 1 grid space. Yeah, you're right. That's probably exactly what was going on. I worked with a 0.25 or 0.5 only because my last design was so big. When I get into this type of stuff, I'm gonna have to change that. I'm gonna have to start working on the 0.1. Ouch, did I do that? I just did that. Don't touch the pen while you're soldering it. It gets hot. But anyway, I really am pleased with these. You know, I would highly recommend them, though. Like, if I were asked to give a review, I would give a really good review on them. There's a few things that I might change. Like, okay, I can remember everything I've changed. Going back to the one that's notable, okay, the notable change was with the safety valve. If you have the safety valve distortion module, I did not use a 1K resistor on the valve LED, the one that goes behind the tube, because I used a green LED. Green takes a different amount of voltage to achieve brightness. I ended up using a 510 ohm resistor to achieve enough brightness to make it visible. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I almost wish I would have went with like 250, because it's still not as bright as it could be in terms of like I've seen the LED when it's plugged into the power supply. It's like the synthesizer power supply. It's really bright when you put it on the board. You put the same LED on this board, it's really bright, but in the module it's dim. And so I changed from a 1K to a 510. It didn't affect the sound any, but it certainly made the LED bright enough that you could really see it. So that was the only real notable change. And that's, even then, the Kosmo modules all were designed around a red LED. So that's an aftermarket change. That's not even something that needs to be mentioned like on the site or anything. That was just a personal note. Get these out of the way. Oh, not all of those are magnetic. What? Those cheapies. Alright, so these are all 1Ks, we know, because I went and looked at the schematic. So let's go ahead and drop those in, because I've learned my lesson on dropping jack sockets before the resistors. That was that was a little bit painful. But anyway, so far this module has gone together relatively smoothly. So far so good. No substitutions have been made. Not unless you count, I did go for box caps for some of the stuff instead of Mylar caps, but that was due to the size. I didn't want to just like cram a bunch of stuff in a tiny space. But everything else has gone together really well. 10 of 10. Let's go. Not to mention they sound like a little screwdriver adjust for bright. Yeah. I'm really liking the brightness. Yes, exactly. That would not be a bad idea. Like a little trimmer pot that you could access through the face panel. That would not be a bad idea at all. I like that. In fact, I wonder if that's possible to do on that segmented display that's for the performance VCO. I wonder while I'm building that if I should put in a brightness adjust for the display, right? So you could lower the intensity of the tuner, not be so bright or be brighter if you'd rather. Either way, whichever direction. But there's no LEDs on Synco to VCO right now at all. So if I add LEDs, it'll just be the tuner circuit LEDs, which is there's one green one in the middle and then a red on either side of the green one to let you know you're sharp, flat, or in tune. Some boards with 2 resistors sticking up and soldered together in the air. Because yeah, I mean, hey, you know, if you gotta do them that way for the series, or hell, even have a cluster of them for the parallel. Whatever works, as long as it works. It don't have to be pretty. It just gotta work. It ain't gotta be pretty. It just gotta work. That's a motto. That's an engineer motto. It's only got to be that close. We've been at it an hour and 40 minutes. Wow. I didn't mean to take quite so long. All right, so we've learned this needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 jacks. We've got enough for that, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a lot of sockets, isn't it? What am I getting? I have almost started, like, when I started doing the live streams, I debated on all of the jack sockets I do before stream starts and just have them ready. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought about, yeah, but I don't know, something about watching the satisfactory click together of when all of these pins line up, because that's a lot of pins. There's 5 pins on the back of every one of these, which means 5 times 12. And, well, I'm not a smart man, but my smart device knows. And if I felt like telling the wait command, and I want to know, but I don't really care enough to ask, you know. If anybody has a calculator and wants to do the math, whatever 5 times 12 is, it should be something like 72-ish. Maybe I'm wrong. I will accept being wrong. Oh, so, all right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stick these in this board first, so that they're all oriented correctly, right? And the satisfaction's not going to come from the tremendous amount of, oh no, they're wibbly, my dig 'em, shaking hands. Stand up, wake up, look alive. Look alive, soldier. We got a bunch of holes to fill. Oh, quit doing this knockety with the hands. Oh, I'm telling you, shaking hands and then I keep knocking. I'm clumsy. It's like rocket surgery, isn't it? It's a good thing I'm not a surgeon. It would not go well for the patient. Oh man, is that gonna do it? I think that's gonna do it. Oh, so nice. Now we can just flip that and hold that for a moment. I'm telling you, I've really thought about doing this before the stream started, so I'm sorry. It's going to take a second. The reason I don't is because it's funny. It's so funny to me how many times I've put this together and still something happens. It's funny. Like the whole shaking. My hands shake worse than they ever have, and I don't know if that's from nerves, the CPTSD, or what it is, but it's just my hands shake a lot, and so trying to do fiddly stuff, I don't know. I try to catch it on camera because to me it's funny, because I do have to watch my own strings back, you know, find out if I gotta delete it or not. If I said anything like I gotta go delete, oh, I cussed too much, gotta delete that. I'm only assembling the jack sockets to this board, by the way. We got to take this back apart to assemble the main board. There's a few things on it that's got to be put together. There we go. I did the 3 corners, make it a little easier to hold, which helped. So now, put these you bolt them to the face panel that holds everything good and in its final resting place, basically. And then you solder everything together, and then you take them back apart so you can fit the main board in. That's the easiest way I found to put these together. It takes a little bit more time, but it sure makes it a lot less hard to assemble these boards. A lot less difficult. I don't put the nut on every single one when I do. Yeah, I normally don't either, but because it's a big U shape and they're all wobbly, I did it that way because they're all, like, every one of them are wobbly. This is the one time doing sockets where I wished my large spool of solder was any good, but I don't think it's any good. It does not work. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's supposed to have flux in it. Like, in fact, it even says 2% flux on it. But there is no way it's got flux because it's cold solder joints for days. That's all you get out of it. You don't ever get a good solid bead like you do with this. So I don't know. I think I got a bad batch of solder, which I've never seen happen before, but I guess it's, you know, I guess it's feasible. It sure happened, because it doesn't work. It doesn't matter how much flux I add to it. Like, I even gobbed up some flux on board just to see if it would help, and nothing helped. So yeah, I have actually run into a bad spool, and it's like, it's a kilo. It was a whole kilo spool, and you can see a hole in the middle. It looks like the flux may have, like, it got too hot and all the flux oozed out of it, maybe, because I've tried trimming it down. Maybe I just need to get rid of the whole outer skin. I don't even know, but I haven't thrown it away. I still have the spool because I'm hoping that maybe it's not all bad, like maybe just some of it is. I don't know. I don't know enough about solder or metallurgy to figure it out. So yeah, until then I'm using this smaller stuff, which just takes longer. because you got a lot like a longer feed. My boots and cats machine's coming along nicely. I'm excited. This thing is going to be the heart of Wanda, actually, because I got an analog drum machine. It's the Arturia Mini Brute Impact, which is like the more punchier version of the Mini Brute. Not Mini Brute, Drum Brute. It's the Drum Brute Impact, not the regular Drum Brute. And I've listened to both of them, and honestly, I liked the punchiness of the Impact over the original Drum Brute. That's why I got it. But it does complicate how this stuff is sequenced for me. I'm not Sam. I don't know how to do all of that. I really don't. So it'll be nice to just be able to plug this into the BeatStep Pro and do my drum line on this. Some alleys to find it. Yeah, this came from eBay, so I'm not actually sure why it doesn't work. Like, maybe I almost wonder if maybe the person knew it didn't work and that's why it was for sale. Because to be honest with you, anybody that knows anything about solder knows that why would you get rid of leaded solder? Like, when it comes to this type of electronic circuitry, it's not worth using lead free, because there's a actual valid and solid reason to use solder that will flex over time and not just crack and go dry on you. And a dry solder joint isn't literally dry. It's like or cold solder joint. It's like whenever it detaches from what it's supposed to be welding. So there's a socket, and now we can finish putting this board together, which is the trimmers. We gotta put those great big alpha pots on, and I thought about, I don't know if this is the case for all of it, but I believe he said that you could optionally use 1 meg knobs on all of them. I don't really remember. I don't want to use up all of my 1 meg knobs. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and I've got 4 left. Taste the best. Well, that's because lead is sweet. Let's see. Let me check the Twin-T Drummer one more time and see. There might have been a reason, like to the 500K. It says He said this approach uses the AE chip, works much better than the 411B. Well, that's good, because these are the AE chips. These are the C11 AEs. Yep. And there's a sample pack available in case you don't want to build it. How about that? All right, so it does say, it says a build video is in the works for this module. It's quite a busy module, so it's one of the more advanced solder jobs of the Kosmo modules. And he does not have an assembly video public on his page. So, Sam, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your build video. I'm sorry. I did not know that. I build it live, so in case something messes up for me. Alright, so let's go look at the discourse and see what I'm verifying something. That's what's taking me the time. I'm trying to find out if I need to use 1 meg across the board. are well, it's too late to go do all of the little bitty stuff. What about I know I read something about the knobs. Okay. Okay, so 500K is basically, yeah. All right. Cool. No point in using a 1 meg pot then. All right, never mind. Well, good. I'll save those because I really didn't want to use those anyway. Excuse me. My apologies. Wow. So let's get out 4 of these. It was a different module. That was the boost, the offset boost attenuator. That's the one that had the 1 meg pot that you could change for something. I know there was, because it was discussed how one uses 500K and then a 1 meg, but if you really wanted to, you could use a 1 meg in both of them. I believe that was the offset boost attenuator. At this point, it doesn't matter. These all call for, this literally calls for 470 down, and these are 500. That's perfectly fine. Close enough. And I need LEDs. Oh wait, no. Let me put the trimmer pots in. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. How about that? 4 fell out. They wanted to be used. They were ready. La da da da, tiny spaces. Oh, so many faces. La da da. La, da, da. Oh, it's a busy board. It's a busy. It's a cool looking board though. I'll give it that. That's definitely cool. There's a lot of stuff going on. And because these trimmer pots, I learned the hard way, are actually really, the tolerances are really nice, which is also means they're really, really close. I'm not going to solder those in until it goes into the face panel. Because, yeah, that's what I did last time, and it did actually give me just a little struggle. So I'm not going to solder the trimmer pots until the face panel is mounted in front of this. Right? Good deal. That's what we're going to do. Thought you didn't. I do have the right bots on hand. I just wasn't sure which ones I wanted to use. You know, like I was torn. Like half of me wanted to use the 1 meg, but I couldn't remember if it was this build or a different build. Now, look at that. See, these trimmer pots need to be slightly adjusted. Boom, 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 boom. I know y'all could hear that. Tell me you could hear them clicks. That was so nice. I love it when stuff clicks together. So let's get some of these washers. Put some washers on it. Put some bolts. Some bolts and some washers. At least so it doesn't fall apart in my hands, you know. I feel kind of bad now. I didn't realize there was not a build video for this thing yet. I don't know when he did it. This module's been out a while. I thought there was already one up there, you know, so I just casually to my knowledge, I don't know that there's one for the modulation station, so that one, yeah. That one I damn near want to put the sockets together before the video, because let me tell you, when I say there's a lot, there's a lot. It's like 35 or 36 jack sockets on the modulation station. Just saying, that's a lot. Like a lot. That is a lot of jack sockets. Like, and a lot of knobs. It's 36 of one and 30 of another, or 35 of one and 30 of another. There's definitely 30 plus of both knobs and 30 plus jack sockets. Guaranteed. I know for certain. Like, I know this because the bill of materials. Let's take a look at the bill. I'm going to sidetrack. Hold up. There's 34 jack sockets. 34 jack sockets. And there's 8 times 4. There's 32 knobs. There's 32 knobs and 34 jack sockets. It's big. And they sent me, the person that shipped it sent me the safety valve. Now you know why I giggled. Because I'm like, how do you confuse the, how? It's huge. It's friggin' huge. It's so big that it makes me laugh and giggle when I look at the components list. It's like, oh, and that's times 4? Oh my heavens. The modulation station ain't no joke. It's a quad LFO. It's basically, I didn't realize that he actually had made something like that for a module. But he basically did what I would have done, and that's crammed as many as I needed in one single module. And I know why I did it. It's because if you look, the MIDI Muso has quad CV out. He has a quad VCA with a quad multiple, dual buffered multiple, right? It's all based around having 4 signals. And if you ever watch his videos, you'll notice he's got 4 oscillators. Well, I didn't actually on purpose make 5. I was not trying to do no one-up crap. Oh, this is tricky. I wasn't trying to one-up him on capacitor amounts or oscillator amounts. I was making a joke. It's called Cinco de VCO because of it has sync in it, like soft sync and hard sync. So it's supposed to be a joke. But now that I've done that, if I were going to make a module to handle being able to play that amount of oscillators, I'm going to basically have to go the route that he went, and that's make modules that have the option of handling that many at one time. Or what I did instead was I started treating it like it's a multiple voice oscillator. So instead what I've been doing is I'll use like 3 of them as the bass and 2 of them as melody or something of that nature. In fact, yesterday when I jammed a little bit on it yesterday. I was just trying to practice and get familiar with it. Because again, I've spent the better part of the last 6 months building and I haven't been able to play on it. But I found out that dual buffered multiple, if I run one of my oscillators output into it, well, I've got 3 extra voices for the price of 1, and I only have to tune 1. How about that? Which gave me another idea. I could build the next Cinco de VCO to where you can switch between all outputs, have each of their own circuits and chips and tuning and all of that. But then you could switch between, they all share a circuit with a couple of TLO 74s, and so that one signal is multiplied. So yeah, you'll get some variances, but it'll all still be the same tuning. So you only have to tune one. That'll be the super easy way to do it. And it works. I know it works because I just tried it yesterday. I think there's a squirrel in my attic. I hear screechy noises. He wasn't kidding when he said this was a busy board. So if you've never built the Twin-T Drummer before, brace yourself. It is not. He wasn't kidding. It's busy and tightly packed, I might add. After a while, it's really packed. So if you're a beginner at soldering, this module is going to be hard. I'm not going to lie to you. If you're a beginner, and I say this because getting into tiny places without melting other components is you have to learn that. It doesn't just happen. I'm just trying to be as honest about it as possible. So, like, I'm not being ugly either. Soldering is an art form, I found, and I'm not very far along. I'm only far enough that I've learned that it's hard. I've learned enough to know that I don't know anything. That's where I'm at. Right past beginner, but not quite to advanced. How about that? Is that journeyman? Journeyman? However you pronounce that? Journey person? I'm a wanderer. A wanderer solderer. Wandering solderer. Is that a complete board in my hands? It looks like a complete board in my hands. That looks like a complete board. We have a finished drum module-ish. We gotta do something. We gotta put this socket back on the back. Does it plug in? It plugs in. Doop, boop, bloop. Everything fit. Everything snug. Looks like it. Cool. Alright, so just to be extra, I'm gonna pick all of this stuff up now so I don't mix these up with the actual jack socket hardware, because yeah. But now that that's all done, let us do one other thing, which is always, I want to let you in on a secret, and this is yeah, I haven't done the ICs yet. I always do those last. That's the very last thing I do. The one thing I always do though, before, to keep my solder tip looking, this thing is 2 years old, and I know Sam just recently replaced his tip, and I was looking at the differences, and he said it was 2 years old, and that kind of blew my mind. And I know that when you work hard and you're making good money, you can just replace tips. But if you're broke and you can't really afford to replace tips very often, there's something, what I've done to keep this tip, this one's 2 years old and it still works perfect. When it gets used about every 2 or 3 times, I literally will just dip it a couple times like that, wipe it off in my brush, dip it a couple times, and then wipe it off, put some solder on it, brand new looking. I'm talking about, it literally looks brand new already. And whenever I wipe that off, it still looks brand new. And that's, whenever I'm done with it, I'll put solder on the actual tip like that, set it in the holder real gently, and just turn off my soldering iron and let that solder solidify on the tip, and that keeps oxygen from getting to the tip. It keeps it from oxidizing and creating pits. And by using a brass sponge instead of a water sponge, it doesn't create thermal shock and also create pitting. So there's, you know, a couple of like maintenance tips for you for your soldering pencil that I'd use, and what has kept my pencil looking brand new for all these many projects. It's definitely 2 years old. It's a solid 2 years old, and it doesn't look a day. It looks like it's got plenty of flux fumes on it. It's got plenty of like heat coloration from where the color changes as it gets hot, but there's no pitting. It looks virtually new. And I've assembled 15 or 16 synthesizer modules. I've built a big Halloween module that had, I probably ran through a pound of solder on that. You know, I'm just, over time, it has never done anything but just build up fumes and kind of coloration. But the tip looks brand new, and that's the original tip that came with it. I bought a pack of replacements, and I still haven't had to use them. So anyway, I would say that my cleaning process works, and thought I would share it. I don't know if anybody has a particular way they like to keep their pencils clean, but I like to dip mine in flux, just the very tip every now and then, to clean off any oxidation and any old stuff, and basically give it a little refresher, kind of like a condition it just a smidge. Look at that, we have a drum module. Let me tighten these down. Then I gotta make up a cable. And actually, I don't know whether I want this to go up top on the next row up or the bottom row. I don't know how big that modulation station's gonna be in the rack yet. So this one's gonna go, I'm gonna make a little bit longer cable for that, and then we'll test it and see if it works. I will test it today. And for the sake of YouTube listening, I'm gonna run it through my mixer. So you might have like a small little brief pause where I'm trying to get that done. So turn these, look at that. Oh, that's smart. Look at that for the TikTok stream. We're getting there, nearly there. It's assembled. We now need knobs. And ironically enough, I bought some great big Desi knobs because some people over on the discourse suggested, oh, those knobs aren't big enough. So I got these ones, but then these are too big. They're too big to cover up the LED there. They fit here, but don't fit here. So it'd be weird to just have the one big knob. So I couldn't have jumbos. Oh shoot. But I do have these ones, and I like the way these ones look, so we'll use those. Gotta find my little flat-headed screwdriver. I've never actually used set screw pots until now. So I guess that's nice because you can go precision with it. I want this precisely turned down right there. Something doesn't work for a week and find out that I've never installed the ICs. Yes, you know what? With my ADHD, not gonna lie, I probably would. That would be my luck. I would put this in the thing and nothing happens. Why doesn't it work? Oh yeah, you forgot the sockets. There's 3 ICs that go in the back of this thing. So I will not forget those. Now that I've said it a couple of times out loud, I will hopefully not forget those. And I'm digging on these knobs. Oh, that's such a nice contrast. Yo, what's up? Let's go. I'm a fan of the set screws. I kind of wish all of mine were that way. Live and learn. Da-da-da. I like that because I can give it just an ever so slight contact so it drags the pot down, and when the pot hits 0 the knob will keep spinning. I love that. All right, so TikTok stream, we now have knobbage. There's our drum module that we just got finished building, and there's the back of it, which needs sockets. We need ICs. So the TLO74s go here. Let's grab a couple of them. Look at that, they're getting ready to make some TLO72s. I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm gonna stop right there. That's not how ICs are made. It's a little bit longer of a process than that. I hope I haven't offended anybody's delicate sensibilities. So there's the first TLO74. I'm gonna put the other one in now. I like those knobs. It looks good with the black pen. Yes, I agree, right? I love it. I'm pleased. I was kind of worried at first because change is hard. You know, I'm autistic. Change is hard for me. But I held my breath and I said, I've got no choice. So we're going to hope for the best. And they look great. Like I'm thrilled with how they look. I was nervous because, again, I'm used to using the other knobs. But they look cool. So, you know, I'm going to take that win. Glad I did something new. I'm glad I branched out and tried a new knob. Now, let's get one of these. These are the CD4011AE. They also have a couple of other versions. I believe one is a B. But these were the ones that apparently have the best sound. So, who am I going to listen to? The designer of the module. When the designer of the module says this is what sounds best, I'm going to take their word for it because they designed it. That means they probably tried a few things. Hopefully they tried a few things. So these are all done. And Lord, please be the correct way. There's an arrow pointing in the opposite direction, but the cutout is down here. So we now have a fully assembled. Let's zoom in on this with the overhead camera so you guys can get a tour of this now. There we go. Look at that. Oh, that's a smart looking board. I don't see anything missing. I don't see any missing components anywhere. No solder pads are missing. All of the positives, which are these, all of the negatives. Yep, all of those, all the caps are in. Looks really good up here. Yeah, I'll bring you out now. There we go. What that looks, I like that. I want to try it now, right? Covers eyes, I swear. All right, so I want to try this out. Let me make up a cable real quick. Let's take a second. I need to, as soon as I can afford it, I will get another camera so I can have a Wanda cam. have Wanda vision. I wonder if that'd get me in trouble for copyright, because isn't there a movie called WandaVision? I feel like that might get me in trouble. I don't know. But either way, we'd be talking about a camera. So now we need these headers. Oh no, those are the box headers. We need the IDCs. Mind the stripe. Always mind the stripe. Break out the trusty guillotine, which I have since added some hot glue to stop that plastic, this orange plastic bit from just falling out, which it has been doing. And boom. One down. So this one goes on this side. Mind the stripe. There's a little arrow on them for anybody that didn't know that. But Skull, I know you already. Don't you actually play synthesizers though? Like you actually do more than just build them? So far I've only built them. I don't know shit about playing them. Not gonna lie, I really haven't. I have not played mine. I've made some boops and blips and noises. That was it. So far, I haven't actually been able to play on it yet. I haven't had time. And when I do play on it, it's mainly to make some funky noises. Alright, so I'm gonna shut down TikTok. So catch you guys later. Bada bing, bada boom. Goodbye. And now. And that can sit here on the side. And you guys on YouTube, well, you have the crimp tube. Yeah, it was not very expensive. It's like $8, I think, off of eBay. I had to have it. I tried with pliers and I kept screwing them up. All right, so let's take this. My face cam could go, I guess. All right, just hang tight for me. I'm gonna bring up. My mixer is unmuted. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go with this module and some screws. It will be silent for a moment. Bear with me if you would like to hear it. I'm gonna test this module out. I just don't have a way to actually show it. Not yet. I gotta do a tour eventually, like an actual video of everything, and I just haven't done that yet either. There's always something to do, but this project has taken a long time to do it, mainly because of waiting on shipments. Waiting on a shipment is 75% of why it's taken so long. The other 25% is finances. So, yeah. We're definitely getting there though. This thing has come a long way from where it was. I started with a Halloween synthesizer, and it was a bank of oscillators. Lugging. Oh my. I love it. I haven't even finished putting in all the screws and I'm already excited. Ah. All right, so it's mounted. And now I got to give it power. Now it's got power. All right, so large pair of pliers that I use. Yeah, that's what I was using, was pliers. All right, so you guys, I know you can't hear it right now. I'm gonna turn on, Wanda is now on, and let's see what we got here. I gotta get some cables. So, what you reckon? We'll put blue for kick. So I gotta get off the BeatStep Pro, drum gate 1. And then drum gate 1 is gonna go into kick. Now we need an output jack. I'll just grab random output from, we'll do mix. And I'm gonna use the kick drum, just to come over here for a second, I'm gonna use the kick drum button, but I'm gonna move the patch cable so we can test out all the sounds. But I'm not gonna go full-fledged and play on it tonight because we've already been going for over 2 hours. So yeah, give me 1 second. I got it unmuted. Drum. Why is that? Okay. I don't know. I don't even know. I didn't even put my headphones on. What's wrong with me? Why is it not making noise? We've got Wanda. We've got this. This is. I hear nothing yet. Why do I not hear anything? What if I turn my drum machine on? Can I hear the drum machine? Yeah. I can hear the drum machine. Cool. So why is this one? Oh. So you should be hearing noise, and I'm going to try to adjust the trim pot. Try to get this thing to go quiet. It's self-oscillating. Why is it oscillating? Doing this, but it's making just a non-stop noise. It shouldn't be doing that. All right, there's just the kick. All right, so here's the low bongo. my bongo. The snare. Why is the snare doing that? So it's the noise slash snare making the racket. And I'm not exactly sure why it's doing that. But because it's been a day and I don't really want to just keep you guys staring at a blank screen, at least you can hear it, I hope. You can hear it here? Cool. Yeah, I don't know why the noise and the snare is self-oscillating. There is a reason for that. Let's see. Snare. Yeah, that's something I'm going to have to look into as to why it's self-oscillating. It shouldn't be. Let's see here. R2, R17, R32 to 150. Let's see. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the self-oscillation, but that's something that I can't really fix right this second. And so that means instead of being able to use the mix output, I'm either going to have to fix the self-oscillation, or I'll have to individually output the 4 drums that I want and just not use the snare slash noise. I don't know why it's not working though. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I enjoyed putting it together. It's a really cool little module. And it works fully. Like, there's nothing to stop it from working. It's just that little hum that's going on, it's oscillating and it shouldn't be. And I don't know why. And the reason I don't know why, I did not design it. But yeah, that was a great little module. And I look forward to putting the next one together. The next one is, like I said, the next one will probably take up this whole screen. And so rather than doing, yeah, I may still be able to use this camera as is. I can zoom that out a bit more and you'll be able to see. Yeah, it's going to be a great big module though. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure, and if I can't be the only one that had some trouble with it, because you know all these circuits, they all have some type of little something, uh, you know that. Let's see, decay pots. Okay. Okay. Uh. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody saying anything about the snare readily. Wait a minute. The clave, okay. The snare is, yeah. Okay. Huh. Weird. Yeah, I might have to post. I might actually have to comment on this thing and ask for some help if anybody else has run into this issue before. Um, huh. Okay. Um, what in the world? This dude has stacked a socket with pins and put googly eyes on his 4011 chip. Okay. That's funky. I can dig it. But why in the flippin' heck? There's a trimmer pot on the back? What? Is there really? Have I missed something? Because I swear, I mean, if I got to fix this live stream, I will. I don't even care anymore at this point. If people don't want to watch, they turn me off. But I want to figure out why it's not working, and I see something that might be the cause. If there's a trimmer pot on the back of it, because I wasn't looking. I'm in the zone, building. All right, looking on the back of it. There's no trimmer pots on the back. What? Why does he have a trimmer pot on the back then? This thing's all the way up here at the top. His module's different than mine. Or no, either that or he put a variable resistor in place of a resistor. I think. That's R, so 1 meg. Why did he put that there? There's no other potentiometers on this board. I was gonna say, there's a hole. There's some holes right here. Wait a minute. Hold up. There shouldn't be holes on this board. Oh man. All right. Back to the. Dang it. We're gonna fix this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't end the stream when I did. Now you're gonna suffer with me if you're still watching, as I figure out. I'm pretty sure I just forgot something that definitely belongs there, because I'm seeing it. There's some holes there. I can't tell what they are. Is my chat? How's my chat doing? Oh yeah, Skull, you're still here. What's up? You're my hero. Appreciate you hanging in there. Look, I'm telling you, I screwed this module up. I did something. It's always an ID 10T error. It's never the designer's fault. Because I'm gonna tell you, it wouldn't be for sale if there was something wrong with it. I knew I did something, and I was straight up about to go ask for some help when it was probably some dumbass shit I did. Alright, so let's take off the mini knob. I need to get a bench top tester. That's what this reverse engineering is all about. I'm going to make a bench top supply and a Kosmo supply, but I'm going to use the same schematic for both. So I'm just going to design the one schematic, and I'll just make two files for everything else. You know what I mean? Like I'll have separate files for one for bench and one for Kosmo. Now where were those holes? Those holes were over here. What was that? That was a whole 100K resistor that I didn't put in. Yo, that'll do it. And I'm gonna do a little kicad while you were off camera. Kicad is so nice. I'm not biased or anything because I haven't tried them all, but kicad, for me, having never done PCB design and then jumping straight into designing Cinco de VCO from scratch, that was amazing. It was a really smooth experience. I have two versions of kicad. I have 5 point something, and then I have 6.0. I think there was a reason I got the older version. I don't remember why, but there was a reason. And what I'm going to do, I see a way that I can get around taking this apart the rest of the way, and that's by doing some lead clippies, making them just a bit shorter, and I can insert from the side with my duck bill pliers. If I don't shake it to death and miss. I love how TikTok, for once, doesn't get the behind the scenes. Normally TikTok gets all the behind the scenes stuff, not gonna lie. Because I gave up on YouTube, bro. YouTube just has made me feel miserable. And mainly because, well, you do all this stuff, and you do all this stuff, and work hard, and research, and all this learning, and all the money it costs, and time it takes, and the energy to build it, only for somebody to come around and tell you, you didn't do this right, you didn't do that right, this sucks. Well, why did you start it anyway? Or whatever. And I'm just like, well, why are you watching it, you negative mother frickin'. So, I don't know. I've been less inclined to be as personable on YouTube. And I actually have, my TikTok is me being just me. So the 1,200 some odd people over there, I don't know, they must like me for me, because I definitely don't do any content. Not like this. Now, while I've got this apart, is there anything else that I forgot? Anything at all? We're gonna go this really slowly. No. So far, so good. So far, so good. We said that, and somehow I still managed to forget a whole 100K resistor. Yeah, kicad is free. Probably just jealous. Yeah, you know what I wonder about? I have really bad... this is something I'm only going to say this one time, because I don't want to give people power over me. Not that they have any, but I have really bad social anxiety, people pleasing issues. I'm a people pleaser. I go out of my way to make sure everybody is good, and I cannot help it. It's ingrained, and I think that's my autistic side that does that. But anyway, bottom line, I'm a people pleaser. Well, that's detrimental to my mental health because people cannot be pleased. You can't make everybody happy. And then I try to, that's what happened to William Osmond, one of my favorite engineering YouTubers. He does a lot of DIY engineering from scraps. And I like that because that's something, I believe DIY should be accessible to everyone watching, not just the people doing it. If you cannot do it yourself at home, well, it's not do it yourself, is it? It's do it themselves, set the business professionally with the stuff and the machinery. It ceases to be DIY, it's DIY. Why? That works better in text than vocals. Imagine the letter, instead of DI, the letter Y, it's DI, the word Y. Anyway. But yeah, I go out of my way to just do these projects, and I delete the negative ones. I don't leave them. I would leave them for, the whole, well, your fans will defend you. And I'm like, but I don't want people to be toxic on my page. I've got the ability to delete toxicity, so I do it. It doesn't take me any time. I mean, it might eventually get to where I can't keep up with it because, I used to think that my YouTube would never go anywhere, okay, but that was at 79 of you guys, and now there's 500 of you guys. Like, holy crap. It actually makes me nervous to start these streams now. I can't imagine what Sam feels like. Like, I congratulated him the other day. He hit 500,000. I said, Jesus, bro. I can't imagine that pressure. I already get nervous going live now. Maybe you just grow with it. I don't know. I don't know because I've never been there. But I do realize that it's not stopping. It's steadily growing. And so I've got to embrace the fact that there's a lot of people watching. And I do it because of my kids. But you know what? I also, one day, I'm hoping that if a job says, hey, we'll hire you even though you're disabled, what's your qualifications? I can say, well, if you don't mind a YouTube resume, I can show you my electronics and show you what skills I possess. The ability to research and design. Okay, that's the research and design comes from the Cinco de Vicio. I not only had to research, everything to do with that project, I then had to turn around and make it into a workable design, which then had to be put together, assembled, and tested to see if it works, which it did. And now it's part of my synthesizer. It's part of my instrumentation. And so, I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why I do it. I could do this in private. Nobody'd ever have to see it. Nobody'd ever have to hear me talk. But I remember when I wanted to make a synthesizer, I didn't know what to do. So I went to YouTube and I searched synthesizers, and Sam was the first person that popped up, and that was over 2 years ago, and I never built the first synthesizer until last year. He's got this catchphrase, don't be scared to try it. Well, buddy, I got anxiety. I'm scared to try anything. So I was scared to try it. And eventually one day I said, you know what, what's the worst? My brain finally stopped focusing on, well, it screws up. My brain said, okay, if it messes up, and when it messes up, what are you out? What are you really losing when it blows up? A transistor, a capacitor, a couple of resistors, and I did the math on it, and it was like pennies. Yeah, that's just not right. Exactly. Some people might just be trying to be helpful when they say, sometimes they are. There has been comments that are helpful, and I leave those. I will always leave positive comments. I'll always leave helpful ones. I will leave constructive criticism. I just delete the downright ugly ones. And I haven't had to delete that many, if I'm honest. Like 10 or so this whole year. Only 10. That's not bad. Alright, so I can't see anything else that could feasibly be wrong with this. Let's go plug it in and try it again. Why not? I ain't got nothing else to do. We're going to plug it in. And this time I'm not going to mount it so that if maybe that wasn't it, I can just take it back to the bench. I'll just put like 2 screws in it instead of all 4. And we'll test it anyway. The only reason I haven't done like a video or a tour or any music is because again, I haven't learned how to play it well enough to feel comfortable, like to feel confident. And then secondly, I want to have the LFO complete because that's going to be the last little bit, and it'll be through. All right, so got to grab my headphones. I'm turning the mix back on, so you should be able to hear it here in just a second. I'm going to start with just the kick trigger so we can make sure that it's on and working. I cannot tell if it's working yet. Let me move my chair so I can see OBS, because OBS is the one that's acting as my mixer right now. Well, not mixer, but audio. Oh, you can't hear that. Okay. So, if you can't hear it, it's not triggering. Oh, it's because I'm not in drum mode, you fool! Ah! You bloomin', what's that? You plunker? Is that what he says? I'm a plunker right now. There it is. There we go. Yeah. So then we add a little decay. All right. Here's the low bongo. We got high bongo. All right. This is clave. And now the one that was making the self oscillation. And it's still there. Why? Why is it doing that? It shouldn't be making any noise at all. Well, at least I know it works, you know, right? It works. But why it's making that incessant noise? I don't hear the white noise. Yeah. It's something's not it's the noise and the snare are not snaring and noising. Did I reverse a diode? Do I have a friode? All right, so the noise circuit, I don't even know which one of these is the noise circuit, if I'm honest. Oh, frick. frickin'. What could be wrong in this happening? Something is wrong though. It's oscillating and it shouldn't be. Why? Why is it oscillating? I don't see anything bridged. That's like... I'm not seeing anything wrong. Yeah, like it's working kinda, but it's also kinda not. Like the trimmer pot is working fine. That sets like the calibration of your decay knobs, right? And that's working fine. And that works for these four, which is these four, which is these four, and these four. But this bottom set of sockets, these two and this one, these all go together. And if this is the main mix, well, it's humming. These two, the snare and noise, are humming. They're self-oscillating for some reason, and they shouldn't be. But I don't see any bridged solder joints anywhere. I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. I don't know what to do here. That 4011 looks like it's standing really proud. Is it pushed all the way in? It is. It is pushed in all the way. It's got really long legs on it. But yes, it is. It's well seated. And just looking at it, I would say, hold on a minute. What do we got? What is this? What are my eyes seeing? Oh no, that's just a little bit of a spot missing of the socket. Okay, I'll tell you what, that's that chip. I don't know that it's the chip, but why don't we do this? Why don't we put this chip up, because it works, but we'll pull out a different one as a way of eliminating, process of elimination, right? The odds of it being two of these, the noise circuit, since the noise alone does the two. Yeah, the noise and the snare both are oscillating the circuit itself. So I don't know the schematic readily. I'll have to look at it on the computer. And I don't know how to fix it, but we're gonna have to figure it out. All right, so contact is kosher, good and seated, kosher, good deal. All right. Caps are all good, no reversed polarity on the caps. Diodes are good, yes. So the diodes would be part of the gates, wouldn't they? Isn't that part of the gate circuit? The noise circuit. Let me bring that up. I don't actually I don't know this one like the I know a lot of the other circuits reasonably well, but this one I don't. That is such a large schematic. All right, so the noise circuit, that is going to be the snare and the low bongo are both triggered. Well, I'd said that. Are both triggers at the same spot. The TLO74 handles all of the outputs except for the snare out, which is part of the 2N3904 circuit. It's the 2N3904. Could I have, is there any way that I could have screwed that up? Maybe. Q2 and, no, Q1, Q2, and Q3 make up the noise circuit. So that's Q1, Q2, and Q3. 2N3904, 2N3904, 2N3904. Well then, yeah, I just saw that. The noise circuits on the lower half is what I'm looking at now. So Q1 goes into D12. Where's D12? There's D19. There's D12. You know what? Could be a bad solder joint. I see a little bead of solder that may, well, it had to have come through the other side, so I don't know. I'll reflow that, but it looks, I don't know. This bugs me. It should not be oscillating at all. I did everything correct, I thought. Nothing is substituted. Everything is exactly as it called for. So, what to do? I don't know. But I'm going to reflow these diodes. There's one here. And there's one here that looks sketch. I can't see anything else. I'll touch this one, but I don't see, it doesn't look, I don't see anything wrong. What the frick? Like, there's no bridged connections on this side anyway. What are the odds of it being bridged on the back, you reckon? The resistors that mix the drum skin sound for, yeah, okay. Let's touch a couple of those. I see one here that might, there we go. There's a few spots that look like it wouldn't hurt just to give them a touch. Alright, that's off all the op amps. Except for down in here, there's one. Alright, so those are the op amp resistors. Those have been reflowed. This is probing. This probing the, oh my god. I wonder, is there any chance, how often, okay, this is going to be a silly question. How often are components bad out of the box? Transistors. Because that's the only thing I'm thinking of. Because isn't a transistor what acts as the switch to mute the shit on and off, right? What are the odds the transistors could have been overheated or maybe bad out of the box? Because that'd be the next thing, wouldn't it? Would be the transistors if this didn't fix it. I'm gonna go test this. back to the testing it goes. And at this point, I might as well just leave the power on it. All right, so don't drop the drum module, you silly fool. Give me 1 second. I'm about to try testing it one more time. I think I have one yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, the transistors don't go bad often enough. I can't even tell if that's playing now. Nope, of course not. Oh, it's because I'm not outputting. First, let's just see if it's making noise. Yep. Why though? What if I plug it in a different slot? It doesn't matter. I think I see something going on with the bass drum at least. call me crazy, but I feel like the snare isn't snaring. Oh, fuck. All right. Something is definitely going wrong because the snare isn't even really snaring. I don't know what the hell's going wrong with it though. I'm going to take it apart and take a look at it, but I think I'm going to have to call it a day and just admit defeat for right now and not use the snare or the noise, which kind of sucks, but I mean, it's happened sometimes. I don't know what's causing it. I don't know if it's a mystery. The low bongo is also the snare drum skin. Yeah. Right? Okay. I'm following you. So you're saying maybe I should go test and see if the knob works? The low bongo works? Well, the low bongo works by itself. If low bongo works fine, then we know the snare. Yeah, low bongo works. Because I tested it. The only time I'm getting the oscillation is when I'm plugged into the output jack of the snare / noise, because those are both the same jack. Or when I plug into the mix out. So it's definitely coming from either the snare or the noise. And I want to say it's probably coming. So the leads baked to noise and drum isn't making it. Okay. Leads back to the noise. Lower right, which is an 18K. I wonder if it's a bad op amp. I don't know. I gotta take it apart all the way. I gotta take this thing all the way the frick apart and look behind and see if there's anything that's so irritating, like that's irritating to the nth degree that something is wrong with this thing and I can't figure it out. I don't know why that's bugging me so much, but I've never wanted something to work so badly as I do right now. Like I really want this thing to work fully, because I don't want to rely on the Arturia drum brute. Check solder joints around U2D and U2C. Roger that. All right, that's what I'm going to do. I'm taking it all the way down so I can see down into the guts. So yeah, this turned into a longer live stream than I intended it to be, but here we are, right? We're here. No, I mean, this is part of the process. Builder's live stream. It's built, but it's how working is working to you. It's not working to me. All right. Now we can see all of the solder. I'm not the most impressed with my own solder work here. I'm not gonna lie. I could have done better. Is it possible that I hit a vias? Oh, what is that? Is that what I think it is? I think that's a lead that's not even soldered. Or it is. It is soldered. It's just stuck up weird. I'm reflowing each of the sockets. Reflow, reflow, reflow. Ooh, if there was ever a lead that had a cold joint on it, that was one right there. I saw how it changed. We might have just had a cold solder joint. I did move pretty quick. But is that what it really is? We will not know till we plug it in. Oh, I see another joint here that's not so great. I don't like that. That doesn't look right. We're gonna fix this. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da dee. La da da dee. La da da. That's the resistor for the noise LED, so I don't think that's going to really play a role in the oscillation side of things. Solder bridges. Solder bridges. I do not see any so far. I have been looking out for that. So far, so good. There's none with the pin headers. That's just flux. There's something. I mean, it's something. It's definitely. I mean, unless it is a quirk with the module. If it's a quirk with the module, that happens every now and then. But I feel like that's not part. I don't think that oscillation is part of the design. I think that's either something I did or there's something going on here. But testing it without the face panel, that's not a bad idea. I do not see any solder bridges. Not a. There might be a cold joint there, maybe. That's a maybe. It don't even look like. There's a pad here that's incompleted. Like it's got. Where was it? There it is. Like some of it didn't get a full bead. Not that it matters, but no detail is too small. It could have been that one little bead. You never know. All right. I just don't see anything wrong. So let's plug it in. I'm gonna probably need to have this though, the socket board. I'm not gonna put it on the face panel. Take me, because I'm gonna have to probably take it apart again. But we'll try it this way. Take me home, country road to West Virginia. My mama, take me home, country road. Yeah, oh mama. Grab headphones so I know if I'm deafening you. Hey, I hear nothing. Oh, it's because it's muted. And it's still humming. Why is it humming though? I do not fucking get it. Why? Why? This makes no sense. Scoping it, yeah. What would I wonder what I would even scope though. Would I have to, I would scope the trigger, right? Oh, fuck. This is so, I'm lost. I'm dead serious. I'm at a loss here. I have no There's no visuals wrong. I see nothing contacting where it doesn't belong. I've gone over this thing a couple of times. Yeah, I'm mildly frustrated. Not gonna lie. I'm like, I'm hoping I didn't screw something up, and maybe it's just a glitch. Like maybe it's just a quirk of the module. I'd rather it be a quirk of the module than, because the module's not. It's designed around this chip here. It was just converted, I think. I don't know. I'm either way, I'm stumped because I did not substitute. From, yeah, because it's coming, the output it's coming from this last one, those two, which is J13 and J16. J13 and J16. My coffee pot went off again. Hell, I've been on here so long, my coffee pot's gone off twice. Oh man. All right, so J13. Yeah. Which is the snare out. Wait a minute. That's all the second op amp, isn't it? The second op amp. I knew what you meant. It's all good. I'm tired. It's been a long stream. I didn't mean to be going this long. We've been at it 3 hours. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I do apologize. I was thinking it was going to be a quick and easy, and this is nice and cheesy so far. So, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do here. See if the output of the noise even looks like noise. That's fair. I wish I had a battery operated scope right now instead of my big bench scope, because I really don't have it set up. Wouldn't be hard. It's not hard. It's just not already conveniently ready to go. Which means it isn't gonna happen today. Dang it, I don't see anything wrong with this joker. Yo, are you on the discourse? Are you on the Look Mom No Computer discourse, Skull? Have you built any of these modules? I don't know. I know that seems a silly question, but I have not thought to ask. I wonder if that's why there's not a build video on this thing. Wait a minute. I see another spot here. What is that part of? That is part of the low bongo. No detail too small. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I found a couple of other things that needed a little bit of aftercare, just to see if maybe that was it. Yeah. Oh no, not the Discord. The Discourse, the website. I'm on the Discord, but I don't really talk on the Discord that much. I did for a little while, but I've been so busy. I haven't really been on Discord. I meant the website though. There's a joint that didn't even get solder. What? Ah. All right. I'm trying to go over what's like visible because that's what I can fix right this second. When it comes to scope fixing, oh my God. I have honestly never traced a problem with a scope before. That's going to take me a minute. Yeah, I didn't know discourse was a thing either. But that's where he posts all of his projects and all of the aftercare and like feedbacks. I don't know. There's a lot there. In fact, that's where I posted all about that the Cinco de VCO, all the files and where it started and all the credits and everything. All of that's on the discourse. But anyway, let me go plug this in. We'll try this one more time. I don't know. I'm losing faith. I've lost a little bit of faith that it won't buzz again. Wanda, which one are you? Wanda's number 3. Okie doke. All right. No! No! But it doesn't buzz anywhere else. I don't get it. No, you frickin'. I don't get it. Oh. Might have to sleep on it. Yeah. You know what? Because other than that, the only thing I can think of here we could try swapping the TLO 74s around. I don't know that that'll help any. When in doubt, though, try it out. We'll replace both of those. We'll just set them to the side. There shouldn't be anything wrong with them, but I've already tried replacing the drum chip, and it's not it. Something though is definitely oscillating, and whether I mean, it's possible it could be feedback too, but I feel like Forza. Oh man. This synthesis stuff, there's a lot to it. And I didn't know that at first. Like I got into it thinking, hell yeah, I'm going to jump right into it. It won't be no problem. Yeah, well, that was before I realized how much was involved in it. And then the more I'm doing it, the more I love it. But it was at first very, very intimidating. So much stuff. Oh my God. I was like, what? This is advanced stuff. And now I'm looking at it going, oh no, it isn't. It's not that advanced. It's more advanced than I'll start it. Alright, so those two op amps are completely new, fully seated, and connected. I've got 100. Yeah, you know what? And these are Texas Instrument. These are TIs. I mean, I'm just saying. Let's plug it in and try it. Uh-oh. Plug in, plug in. How's our mix? Is it going to make noise? Ah! And it doesn't, no matter which socket, it doesn't matter. It does it out of both of them. Like it's doing that oscillation out of both these sockets here. The tip of this socket wow. Oh, mercy, heavens me, oh my. Why, oh why? That means I'm going to have to use 4 outputs now because I can't use the mix out unless I fix it. And I don't know what the hell's wrong with it. Counterfeit ICs. Yeah, I hate that stuff. That sucks. I've had that happen with some op amps before. The TLO-72s. I've had that happen. But those, it's not the op amps. I traded them. They're still doing the same exact thing. And it's only the output. Let's see. R5. Oh, okay. Mix outs. Where's the mix outs then? There's mix buzz. Mix out 100K. Built on the Rhythm Gen Twin-T circuit modified for modular use. Well, dang it, boy! I've hit a dead end, and without probing it, as you said, like I'm gonna have to probe this thing in order to figure out what's going on with it anyway, or see what's going on with it, because right now it's not. Whatever it is, it's not doing it, and it's only with the snare and noise. These two are the ones, but it's, I don't think it's the snare and the noise. The snare and the noise, the trigger. Mix out, mix. Right. Okay. Well, here's the thing. It's still triggering. It's starting and stopping. There's an oscillation going on. But the trigger is triggering. When I trigger it, it makes the snare. When I trigger the noise, it makes the noise. It's just when nothing's happening, it's still making that hum. I don't see any, like, you could try pulling up R49. R49. There's 47. 43. Where's 49 on this board? It's hard to see the silk screen. It's under the capacitors. I mean, like, it's under the components. I'm sorry. R40, 49. Never mind. Okay. 22, 11. Oh, mercy heavens. I feel so, like, I feel dumb right now. I can't readily solve this thing. I'm still looking for 49 though. There's 41. 54, 50, there's 59. This is 46. There's 47. They're not on the back of this board, is it? This is 45. 37, 48. There's 48. We're getting there. Getting close. Is the mixer that mixes in the white noise sound for the snare, which would be up here by this circuit, noise circuit, wouldn't it? Alright, so this is for I tell you what might help. What's the value of R47? Let me double check that. The resistor 13 of UD. Okay, 13 of UD2. So let's turn this around. So that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So, oh wow. It does narrow down where though. I think that's it. No, that's the 59 one. I already looked at 50. I'm a tool. I promise I'm dumb. It's 57. 43. Well, where the hell is 47 at? Pin 13 is on the back. Oh, that's right. There's resistors on the back. There's 49. It's on the back of the board. Or on the front of it. Whatever, I'm tired. Okay, give me a break. So, alright. Pull up. Pull it up to where? The ground? I can't access that from the back. I'm going to have to do it from the top. And it's going from pin 13 right there in that slot over to here. So what are we doing with it? Are we taking it out? Pulling it up, like taking it up out of the board? Let's see. I can't get down to that either way it goes. I'm just gonna have to tough it out. Yeah, that's fine. I found it. It's R49 is right here between. It's on the. I guess it'd be the underside since you primarily solder on this side, but it's between the trimmer pots. R49 is. I found it right here. Just need it to not send a signal. And all right, so for that to happen, we'll disconnect it from the pin 13. Right? That ought to do it. Unless I'm wrong. So I have lifted that pin. It's just loose. It's just loose. Should I take it all the way out, you reckon? Or one pin ought to be enough? Because I see that there's a vias trace on it and it's still connected, it looks like, to the ground. I don't know. Would you take it all the way out or just lift one of the legs to make it a disconnect? I'm only pausing and waiting because, well, why not? Just like that? Cool. All right, let's give that a shot. I guess I need all of it before I give it a shot, eh? Let me grab the rest of the board. I do like the fact that I can do this. All right, back to the noise making. Plug it in and plug it in. Please nothing blow up on me. All right. All right, we're getting somewhere. We made something happen. We made something happen. So here's what happened. I don't know if you could hear it. Probably so. All right. Obviously, there's still some hum, but there's a difference. There's hum. There is hum. Not out of this socket anymore. When I plug straight into this specific out, where the snare and the noise mix to this output, there's no hum, and I can trigger the snare, hear the snare. When I plug into the mix, the hum comes back, and you can hear the snare and the noise. So the noise circuit is oscillating. The noise circuit is making a low frequency oscillation. Some type of hum. It sounds like a power hum of some kind. But that did silence the noise. It took the hum out so the snare could work. So that means the noise circuit is acting up. Why would the noise circuit act up, you reckon? And I'm going to hook this resistor back because we now narrowed it down to the noise circuit. And I don't want to leave this hanging. So, noise circuit. Yeah. What could cause oscillation in a noise circuit, you reckon? Probably maybe the bass isn't set high enough to turn off. This is definitely a noise circuit. It is 100% the noise circuit, because it stopped when I took that resistor out. R49, where was that at? I'm looking at the picture. R49. Let's see. Yes, it does. It sure does cut down quite a bit. According to this, Q2 pin number 3 isn't even hooked to anything. But why? Why is it not connected to anything? That's weird. Huh. Fascinating. I wonder, that's not a reverse avalanche circuit, is it? Oh, hush, Fred. I don't want to hear your crap right now. Also, yes, the noise circuit would stay connected to the mix out, so the mix out should still have the hum. At least it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. So Q2 makes the white noise. Cool. And hey, the inductor is part of the noise circuit, right? Is there any chance that maybe this inductor, these are 100 millihenry inductors, but do you reckon, I don't know what to do here. I'm so stumped. There's not very many options here for me. Like, I could replace the RF choke with something else, because an RF choke is supposed to do just what it says. The abuse of pin 1 not connected. Oh, right on. That's cool. You rock, man. This is why I like the synthesis community knowledge. and there's not as, the gatekeeping is at a minimal, which is fabulous, because we're all here to learn and have a good time. Okay, so filtering things a little bit. Okay, all right. Well, if it's just filtering things a little bit, then that'd be an IC circuit. But that's not an IC circuit. It's going through a mixture of things. It's going through the inductor and resistor, so an IR circuit. That's an IR to ground. No, it didn't. That's IR to plus 12 volts. So that must be for like power smoothing, maybe. Is D12 the right way around? What is D12? Diode 12. Where is diode 12? D12 looks to be the right way around. Is it possible to be a bad diode? Should we replace the diode, you reckon? It looks okay. D12 looks okay. Yep. Black stripe, matched up. Looks okay. All the transistors, yeah, they match the footprints. Yeah. So far, so good. I don't see anything off there. I'm looking for any underbridge, like maybe there was some solder that got underneath here, but I don't see any there either. Yeah. Dang it, boy. Ooh. This is a module and a half, isn't it? I would definitely recommend skilled hands for this thing. That's a fact. Like, or beyond, as long as you're not like noob, never done it ever, you'll be okay. But if you've never done one of these before, this board might be challenging. Fun. I'll give it that. That's 100% fun. Dang it, I don't see any bridged solders anywhere. At least we know the noise circuit is the problem, though. Seems like something that should connect to a power rail. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it sounds like almost like the jack sockets aren't being grounded somehow. Like maybe the hey, I wonder if these interconnects. Like, yeah, that is a bit high. All right. Well, not that that's gonna magic its way to being fixed, but you know what? We changed something. Figured you would have spotted that something wasn't so right. I figured like I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna touch it up before I go walking back over there. Let's touch up that noise circuit, and that's up here. Yeah. Just to give it a little bit of a reassurance. All right, and this one. It's not gonna take anything away from me to give it a little bit more. It just takes a little bit of effort and a little time, and that is the whole purpose of this live stream, was to get this built. And I wasn't gonna test it, but you know what, we're gonna debug this thing now a little bit. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and touch D12 again just to make sure that one's good in there, good enough. Alright. That bridge sound, you're right though. That's exactly the sound that I had in my head. Is like it's making a hum sound as if something's not grounded that should be, or maybe the noise circuit is feeding back on itself somehow. What's the voltage regulator do? Let's see. The voltage regulator is not part of that circuit. That's part of... for 5 volts. What's getting 5 volts? Is something supposed to get 5 volts in the noise circuit? I thought that was only for the upper circuit. Yeah, that's only for the upper circuit. That's the I guess the whatever that is, the trigger, the 4011 5 volts thing. Yeah. Is it like, I don't know, I'm starting to feel guilty for even still being on live, because I know people are popping in hoping for something exciting, and I'm over here just kind of stumped, staring off into a resistive force of whatever this is going on. I don't know. I'm like, I could stare at this all damn day and like never figure it out without a probe, without pulling out the scope and probing this thing, which I just don't have the mental energy to do. Not right now. Let me look at why there is even a 5 volt regulator. I think that regulator's for the 4011 chip. I think that's what triggers the stuff, maybe. I don't know. Don't quote me. But it's on the schematic. I see a plus 5 volts going to different parts of the 4011. But I don't see 5 volts going to the noise circuit, and that's what I was thinking, is like, it, how can it be like, you know, I have, we're this far in, is it Q2? Yeah, Q2, Q1, and Q3. I don't know if I touched up Q3 or not. Alright, I've done touched up and touched up and touched it, and I don't know why. He's got plus 5 volts and a ground through the VC. I can't, it says voltage supply something VD. I can't even read that. It's blurry when I try to zoom in on it. I don't have the actual schematic file. Boy, if I had the schematic file for real, like, oh wait, he does have the schematic. There's an option to download the schematic file. Shut up. Oh, fuck. It should have worked. I promise I'm not blaming the design. I blame, there's something either I did or there's a component, something's happening. Because, yeah. Let's try it again though. I've tweaked a few things, so maybe that did it. All I gotta do is plug in. Yep. It's still humming. But here's the thing, while it's plugged in, that's the noise. That's the noise, alright? And here's the snare. So like, oh wait. That's the snare. do not get it. Although what's fascinating is even when it's unplugged, you can still trigger the LEDs. It still triggers, even without it being hooked up to the Synth, the Euro rack power. All right. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is like it's just for the 5 volts for the 4011 chip. I can't, honest to God, cannot figure out what's going wrong with this circuit and why it's humming. The fact that the noise circuit isn't working, I don't know what to do with that. Like, I don't really know what I should do, if there's like an approach I should take to. Half of me wants to take the noise circuit out of the drummer and just not have noise, but then the other half of me is wondering, like, how hard would it be for me to find out how to fix it, and then at which point do I stop worrying about trying to fix it and accept it without, like, if I take the pros here as it stands now, if I don't do anything at all to it, I leave it as is, I don't go the extra mile, I don't try to fix the noise, right? If that's the route that I go, and I don't try to fix the noise, then I'm gonna have to disable the noise to start with, so that it won't hum on this output here on the snare. Yeah, it's okay. It's fine to not have an answer. It happens sometimes. it's just part of it. Either I'm gonna have to take that resistor back out, which we now know is on the, like, in between the trimmers. I'm either gonna have to take it out and forever use 5 outputs to get this drum module to play drums and just not have a mix out, or I'm gonna have to solve the problem, and that way I can use this one mix out, which would be nice. To be clear, it does make the white noise when you trigger the noise. Yeah, it seems to make noise. It doesn't make non-stop white noise, but it makes it. You can hear it do something. It triggers. Do I need to go play it again? It's like, I don't know how to explain it. It triggers, but it doesn't sound like white noise. I don't know what would cause it to oscillate like that, though. That's not to do with the decay knobs. I guess I'm gonna put some of these together. I'll put diagonal, and I won't put them all in there, because I might have to take this thing back apart. Something. Pull up the resistor that goes into the mix out. Yeah. All right. So, silly question. Do you happen to know which one that is? I know we said R49, but that was just the noise into. That was a different part of the circuit. That wasn't the actual noise back into the mix, I don't think. R5, that would be R57. Is R57 visible on this side? Probably not. It's probably on the other side. Let's see. R57 is 42, 41, 15. So yeah, I'll look up R57 and take out the noise. I don't mind not having noise. Like, that doesn't bother me or anything. It's a shame that that's one of the circuits that doesn't work. Is the Twin-T Drummer. I don't know. I don't need those on there. What am I doing? Hold up. I was going to finish looking for R57. That it's going to be something I bring in. $51, $61, $42, $25. It's 26. I just want to find it real quick so I kind of have an idea of like where to go when I come back to this, because I am going to have to come back to it later. I've run out. I've officially reached my limit. Never mind how long past when I was only going to do this for like an hour and a half. And so start pulling out parts for the noise and soldering new one. Yeah, that's the. You know what? I've already done some of that. I didn't replace the transistors, but I replaced all the op amps, and I'd replaced the chip, the 4011 chip. So that narrows it down to the transistors, and the odds of a resistor being bad is not really that high. 57. It's not on the back. Uh, 35. I'm talking about these are. $38, 37, 56. Why? How hard is it to find a 57? What am I got? That's R2. R7, R55, R4, R52, R24. I know this is so, it's like watching grass grow, isn't it? It's a pain. Yeah, but you know what? I'd rather, spend the effort. I'd rather be thorough. There's R57, right the hell there. All right, so we've got a reference. Here's R57. Cool. I did have like 2 times. Huh. Well, I'll tell you what I can do right this second. What I can do is I can try replacing the transistors. Right? 2N3904. Is that what those are? 2N3904s. Let's try a couple of these. I got 2 of them. I'll get 3 of them out because there's 3 of these on the board. So I'll try. These are so cheap and I've got so many of them, I'm willing to burn through a couple of those to figure out a problem. This has got to be the longest live stream that hasn't actually been full of building. The live stream I did on Cinco de Vicio with 6 hours of assembly because it was just that big. I've had somebody call me while I was doing this thing. I've probably had a few messages being sent to me. Alright, I'm gonna cut you off this board. You wanna be a pain? Go flying. Circuit board don't know my commitment to solder sucking and clearing out holes. You want to be a pain? I'll show it what's for. All right, so one transistor has now been totally replaced, which is Q1. 3904 is worth about 0.02 cents. You get fucking righteous. You nailed it right there. Dirt cheap component, but that damn thing, the amount of headaches. Oh my god. That's it. 3904 is a little cheap job, but boy, it's a pain in the butt. Because that's the pain in the butt that needs to work 90% of the time, right? Get out of that little bitty hole. One leg down, a couple more. I think taking them out is harder than putting them in. Every single time I've ever dealt with this, it's always the getting the stuff out that's harder. Why don't you just let go of that lead? So you've chosen violence. Why must you choose violence? Perfect. Alright, so new set of transistors up here at the top, which is Q1 and 2. Over the pins to hold. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to only replace these two, I think. I don't know what Q3 is for readily, but Q3 is hard to get to. So I'm going to leave it. And hopefully Hopefully we just did something. I say hopefully because I don't know if that was the problem or not. It may not have been. If it was, it's not anymore. Unless my luck is so bad that I've got that many bad transistors. Alright. So. On and on we test, and on we go. Is there gonna be hum? Fuck! Alright, so to show you though, this is noise. This is snare. So the actual snare adjusts and works, but your solder circuit seems to work better than mine. I swear, it works sometimes. I don't know why it works. It's one of those cheap ones that everybody's got. But every now and then I push the little plunger all the way down until there's a little metal thing that pops out of the end, and it cleans it out. It like cleans out the little tubey thing. Alright, so the white noise bottom line is just, it's just not working. I don't know what's going on with the white noise. If I'm being honest, I've reached a point that I don't even care about the noise. I think I'm just gonna take it out of the circuit, and I'll solve it at a later date, I think, because let's be honest here. Let's look at it. I've replaced everything except for Q3. Actually, okay, all right, Q3 could be important. Maybe. All right, what you reckon? Give Q3, replace Q3. 2N3904. We'll try this one. We'll see if Q3, if fixing Q3 fixes the problem. If it doesn't, I'm gonna just take the noise circuit out of the mix, taking off that R57 and cut my losses. I don't like leaving something unfixed, but to be honest with you, yeah, it's not something I'm willing to stress about, because this is music. It's supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be stressful. And I'm okay if this one thing doesn't work, considering everything else on the module works. And I don't need a noise making module. I wanted a drum module, but I don't need a noise making module. So it's not a loss. It's not hurting my feelings. I didn't even really buy it for the noise. I bought it for being able to just use it. So yeah, might have to cut my losses on this one. And I say losses. That's a term. I say that as a phrase. I don't mean that as in I lost something. I didn't lose anything. I mean, nothing really. Make some 2-penny resistors that aren't even 2 pennies. I could buy all of the components I replaced. I could buy for 2 pennies. So wouldn't call it a loss. Call it a very mild inconvenience. I don't even know if I'd call it anything. I really want to just chalk it up as shit happens. This is part of it. You know? That's how I really feel about it. It's just part of it. Alright, so we have a new transistor. If this doesn't fix it, then I've replaced everything in the noise circuit except individual resistors. Right? Makes sense. Stress core music. It's the new thing. I swear. I'm crossing my fingers too. Because that's it. That's the last thing. Everything else is either going to be a resistor or a capacitor or a diode. The diodes are good quality diodes. I've never had a bad one. It can happen. I don't feel that it's a diode though, because if it were a diode, it wouldn't be triggering. You know what I mean? Like it would not, the trigger wouldn't work. All right, let's go give this a shot. All we want is no hum. No hum, please. Please, no hum. Damn it. Fuck you. Fuck your couch, motherfucker. Damn it. Alright. Okay, so here's what we're going to have to do. 4 hours in, 3 transistors, a diode later. We got to cut losses. I can't. I don't have it in me to keep on with this. I have not substituted any parts. All of the trimmer pots are doing their job. The knobs are doing their job. The snare works. Everything else works. The noise has feedback or some type of low frequency self oscillation, as you've heard in the sounds. So that being said, yeah. Where's that R57? I believe that was right along this side here. R57. We just clip that right out of the mix. And I'm going to go stick this on and try it one more time. Making sure that was the right resistor. If I brought the whole module with the jack sockets with me. Alright, so we'll plug it in. Last time. Last test. This test is going to be just to see if that was the right one. That was not the right one. Alright, so I can do a mix out And R47 is also mandatory if you want to take noise. If you're wanting to take noise out of the circuit of the mix. Okay. The white noise part. Hey Brad, how's it going? You caught me right as I was actually just about to throw in the towel, as much as I hate to say it. I've reached a project that is calling me to throw in the towel for once. I do believe. So, in order to get that, to pull the noise out of the main mix, R57, it still goes to the individual output. So if you also want to take it out of this one, you also have to pull out R47. So 47 and 57, 47, 57. That's these two. That's, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an opinion here. I don't have anything negative to say. I don't have anything positive to say. I don't have anything to say. I spent an hour and a half building it, and I spent 3 hours trying to figure out why the noise wasn't working. So I spent more time looking for the noise, the oscillation in the noise circuit. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. I would definitely still rate this a 10 out of 10 though. I'd buy it again. We have a schematic. I'm not throwing in the towel being like I will never come back to it, but I have taken the noise out of the main mix so that I can still use the module as is. I will have to, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave this on my workbench. I'm just going to leave it just like this. And I'll sleep on it. And if tomorrow or whatever, I feel that it's worth digging in to finding out why this particular noise circuit is giving a hum, then I'll do so. Because I can't figure it out right now. It's a blank. I've put too much of my head into building it. 57, yeah, R57, 57 and 49. Yeah, it's 57 and 49. That's what I said, I thought. It's 49 is for the individual and 57 is for the mix. So if you're wanting to take it out completely, you definitely want to get rid of 49 and 57. But you shouldn't have to. This is, I don't know if this is unique to my module. Again, I don't know. I didn't substitute. So there's nothing to go off of here. I can't say, well, I've swapped out this component for this component. It just doesn't, it's just doing it. Which is the first. That's the first, this is the first time this has ever happened. Like a self-oscillating circuit, and I can't figure it out readily. Anyway. So, yeah, I'm not giving up on it. Not at all, Brad. I promise. I'm debating on whether or not, do I need to go and debug for real? Should I dig deep? Or should I write this up as it happens sometimes? I am going to put a couple of these on as a start, and then tomorrow, whenever I've got some sleep, some coffee in me, it's a fresh start, I'll come back to this board and see if there is I'll dig through the forums. It'll be the first place I go. Go through the forums, find out, has anybody had issues with the noise circuit? Because that's it. That's all that's having issues. The kick, okay, if you take the noise out of the mixture, all 5 triggers work, all 5 outputs work. It's just the noise. Using a Zener for the noise generator. It's a transistor. I do have a scope. Actually, that was the whole reason why I didn't pull this scope out. It's big and honking. That's the only reason why I didn't pull this out to test it. Because it's not a simple battery operated scope, which is what would be ideal for this. I have an oscilloscope that's battery operated that I need to put together, that I've had since April 27th of last year. That's on the list of this month's stuff to do. I do have a scope though, and I'm going to use it without the noise. So yeah, for right now, I'm thinking. But to be honest with you, again, I've done nothing out of the schematic. So if there's a problem with this module, if that is something that's prolific through these modules, if I fix it, that's going to be something that I need to send directly over to Sam and say, hey, here's you a bug fix for your white noise. But I don't see. I wonder if anybody else. That's a tiny scope. Yeah. Is the resistor loading the transistor the correct value? Is it in breakdown yet? Ooh. That's a good question. I mean, it's a 1 meg ohm resistor, and all of my 1 meg ohms are 1%, so it'll be pretty close. Again, without probing it with the scope, which I didn't really want to do. Guess the white noise does come through. Well, no. It's 2 different sounds. It's not white noise you're hearing. Brad, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go put my headphones on and I'll show you what I mean. If I plug this module in and I'll plug it in the mix. Alright, here's snare. And snare gets from low bongo. You got clave, but then the white noise that's the hum. It's not supposed to just hum, but that clicking sound, the clicking sound's what's supposed to come through. But when I move it to the noise, yeah. Huh. But yeah, the noise, I mean, the noise makes the clicking sound, but at the cost of it also hums really loudly. Is that hum coming from an oscillator? No, it isn't. It's coming from this module. That hum is coming from this module. With the noise circuit with the multimeter sometimes. Yeah, that noise you're hearing is coming. That's what's on the schematic. That's what's on the board. Let me double check that. I'm looking at the schematic too. Yeah, from pin 1 it's a 1 meg to 12 volts. Q1 goes straight to 12 volts. Q3 goes straight to the 12 volt, like, well, it goes to the junction between L1 and R36, which connects to 12 volts, but that also connects through a 470 nanofarad capacitor into the next circuit, which is the snare mix. Like, that's where it all gets mixed in at, it looks like. And then R27 going into pin 2 is also 1 meg of Q3. I don't know. It looks like it's calling for 1 meg and all those. I mean, I didn't deviate from the schematic any. I literally, for the first time, when I built this thing, I had every single component exactly. Which is, like, phenomenal, really. But yeah, I had every schematic. I had everything on hand. Just triple checking. I still don't see anything that I could have missed. 1 meg seems normal. I mean, I don't even know. I don't know, because when I reversed avalanched, like when I was making reverse avalanche oscillators, it used 100K on the output and only a 1K pull down, or pull, yeah, however that. Don't hate me. I don't know how that wording goes. It was you pulled power into the circuit using a 1K resistor. I guess that's pulling up power. I don't know. You're pulling it up from 0 to a voltage, right? So, whatever. Don't hate me. I'm still learning. I don't know. I've followed the schematic precisely, and I've gone over it with a fine-tooth comb. That fine-tooth comb might have been missing a few teeth, but, you know, I feel like at this point, I don't even know. Maybe pull out Q2 or Q2 or C11. Hold on now. Q2 or C11. Which one is C11? C11. Oh! If I pulled out C11, it ain't gonna do shit. Although it would be easier to pull out C11 than it would be to pull out Q2. C11 is sitting right there in my face. I can see C11. But that's the connecting capacitor. That's the noise generator. Try 1 meg in parallel with the existing 1 meg. Hey, you know what? I can do that right now. That's R30. Cool. And that's right there at the top. Let's try that. I can like literally do that right now. Yeah, white noise goes through C11. If I took out C11 though, white noise ain't gonna go nowhere, is it? We're trying to fix it, not break it. I'm kidding. I'm not being ugly, I promise. Just talking a little shit, because at this point I'm like, I don't know what else to do with my life. I feel like I have messed something up somehow. I know somebody, Brad, I'm so sorry for what I'm doing right now. I know you hate me. I know you could, I could feel your eyeball like, that's not how you piggyback. It is going to be how I piggyback today. If short of using the Q, yeah, I don't really want to use the scope though. Not if I can help it. Not tonight. That's a whole lot of work. That means I've got to turn it on and plug it in and hook some leads to it, and that's a lot of work. That's so much more work than desoldering and resoldering microscopic components repetitively. So, look, I piggybacked off the back of this. We're going to try it. Where's my headphones? There they are. Great fun. Yeah, I mean, I'm having fun with it. I feel definitely like a dumbass for not being able to get it to work, but you know, it happens. All right. Fascinating. That's so weird. What? It's still humming. Held for review. Man, alright, hold up. Let me fix that. I'm gonna add you. I can't. What the frick? Okay, never mind. I'll have to do it later. I'm gonna put you as an approved user so to stop hiding messages. I got a couple of people that send me messages and they... Alright, well that didn't help any. I tried to link you the schematic. Okay, hold up. I can help you there. It's because of the YouTube doesn't like non-moderator link stuff or whatever. There's the link to the project page and the schematic file is further down the list, and that was, it did not fix it. So all right, I'm gonna pull that 1 meg. I want to keep that 1 meg, not gonna lie. It's nothing wrong with it, and I don't have very many of them. Don't want to buy any yet. Put that back. So that leaves that Q 4.7, that leaves C11. Wow. I'm gonna take this face panel off again. I keep doing this. This is why I didn't put but a couple of them on there. I knew I was going to take it back apart. One does. Bright side is, if it gets fixed, I'm gonna have a whole lot of information I've learned off of this, and that's a lot. Like, learning is always good, even if it's painful. All right, now let's pop that board back apart. C11 is right on. I'm gonna invest in one of those solder suckers. I need one. I don't need one, but I need one. You know, it's shiny, and I need it. That kind of need. It's a shiny need. It's not a I could work without it need. It's a shiny, and I need it. Skull, I don't know if you know this, but Brad's got one of those like vacuum cleaner style solder suckers. Damn thing, it gets hot and you stick it to the board and it goes blah, 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 blah. So there goes C11. I just took it clean out. So this is going to prove if it's coming from the noise, right? I took it clean out. The noise circuit is not even connected with the capacitor. It's not connected via the mix. The only way it's connected is R47 on the back here. R49, my bad. I'm going to try that without that capacitor. Let me try actually plugging the sockets back together though. One more time. Back to the drawing board. Well, hallelujah. All right, so here's what we can take from this. Here's what we can learn from that. It ain't the noise circuit. It's not the noise circuit. It can't be. We just learned that. We have now officially learned that. It cannot be, because that hum, that is a power hum. I know it's a power hum. I feel it in my gut. It sounds like a power oscillation, and taking this cap didn't help a damn thing. In fact, it didn't even change the circuit from what it sounded like, because the noise machine still made noise. Oh wait, I was plugged through the noise mix. I was plugged through the mix out. Have you got an audio probe? No, I don't. Sounds like I might need to get one. Oh, this is so aggravating. What in the hell? Alright, so I took C11 out. Somehow it was still making noise. Don't know how that's possible, but it was still making noise. Because that's not the only place it's making noise. Noise is also being triggered through Q1. No, that is the trigger. The 1 meg to ground off of pin 2. That's a voltage divider between pin 2 of Q3. It's a divider between the two 1 meg resistors. Changing that isn't going to do anything, though, is it? Ugh. All right, so I I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do. It's humming. It's got a power hum. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like to me. Does it sound like that to you guys? Like maybe it's like there's a voltage, a stray voltage getting in somehow somewhere. That's what it sounds like. Like it sounds like an unconnected audio jack. You know? Like when you plug a guitar in but you're not actually playing the guitar. Yeah, power hum. Exact measured the frequency from the videos almost exactly. Yeah. See? I'm thinking it's a power hum, which means what does that mean? Why would it have a power hum? Restore the circuit to match the schematic, then set your meter to ACV and check all of the supply rails for ripple. You don't think the ground pins could be like because it's got filtering on the power. Yeah, we have 60 hertz. It sucks. I hate that sound. Continuously anyway. I love how you ever talk to a normal, like just a daily non-techie, and you tell them you can hear the electricity, and they're like, no, you can't. I'm like, bro, not only can you, it's like right in the best audio range for hearing. What the frick? All right, I touched up the power header on the grounds. Everything looks good though. You know what? One other thing I could do. Okay, because all I did was take the noise circuit out. The only thing different from the schematic is I'm still missing this 18K. But that's all that does is take it out of the mains mix. So what I'm going to try, I'm going to use a different power. I just made that cable up. I make the cables every time I make a module. I make a cable to go with it. I'm going to plug in this module with a different cable just to cover that base. I don't know that it's the cable, but you know, yeah, valid. So we're hearing straight power somewhere. Somehow we're hearing straight power. Because you're right. Unconnected ground or power pin could cause that sound, which is why I'm going to try a new cable. So, all right, that's what we're going into this. We know that it's a hum electrical. I'm going to pull out one of the safety valve powers and just try it, see if it's a power. If it's a power, it'll stop. All right, that's the main. My air conditioner is off. It's not the air conditioner. And it's only that one socket. right, so it's not the cable. It's doing the exact same thing, even with a different cable. Oh. So it's definitely not that. Guys, I don't know. I don't know. Unless, there's a lot of vias on this board. Is it possible that I could have gotten solder in a vias and that caused problems? I don't see any vias that have solder in it, but I'm just wondering. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take anything at this point. Shit. It's not. It's oscillating. It's self-oscillating on. All right, hold on. I want to know. So printing is jotting down all the voltages every time. In the white. Getting. All right. There's one thing we need to do. R49's got to go. We're going to pull that one out, and there's a reason why. R49 means that the white noise is still connected to the circuit. So it's got to come out. So by pulling out oh, that's R64. Ah, you turd. I'm blind. All right. So now R49 is out. Now we got to get rid of the capacitor. I'm trying to totally disconnect that noise circuit completely. So I'm taking out C11. By taking out C11, R49, and R57. Unless I'm wrong, I should not have a noise circuit at all now. Like, not at all. Not a little bit, not a little here, not a little there. It should be completely gone. Shy of taking out the transistor, which you don't have to do if it's not hooked up on any outputs, I don't think. As far as oscillation goes. Cool. If you solder bridged to a via, then yes. God, I hope not, because this thing's so full of them. I don't see any bridged, like, on a vias, but there are so many on this board that, I mean, it's feasible, but I don't see any bridged connections. Not to those, not to the via anyway. But that's what I was wondering. That would be my other thought, is like, if those connections get solder on them, is it gonna screw them up? Which, that answers that. But I don't see any. Oh, what is that? There is a spot right friggin' here that's solder on a vias right there, bridging. What is that bridging? R63, bridging R63. If you're looking at the schematic, there was a vias bridged right there for sure. Or at least it had solder on it. I don't know if it was actually connected to anything else. I'm all in the camera shot now. I'm sorry, but I got to get down on this. You can feel the view. So I don't know. Well, filling it, yeah, that's. I meant like, yeah, I meant bridge connection. I'm sorry. I've been at this one module way longer than I intended. This was an hour and a half, turned into 4.5 or whatever we're at now. It's already dark outside. It was daylight when I started. All right, we're gonna try this again. I've supposedly taken the white noise completely out of the circuit. Which means it's not making any noise. Here's snare. Here's noise. Here's noise. Here's snare. All right. So it's no longer oscillating. It's quiet. It is. If your power cable was bad, then all the outputs would hum. That is a very fair observation. It was a very astute observation. I didn't think of that. You're right, though. That's exactly what the hell would happen. And all the noise is quiet now. So this thing doesn't have a noise circuit anymore. I've taken out C11. That is completely gone. As is R57 and R49. Now, somehow, now here's what blows my mind. Somehow the snare still triggers, and the snare still works. How is the snare getting triggered? If R49 is missing, I know why. Because it's the bongo sound. I did replace Q3. Okay, so I've replaced all three transistors. Here's something though to think about. The snare is a mixture of the noise and the low bongo, right? The snare and the low bongo are the same sound. Well, see, right, that's my point. The noise that makes it a snare is not working at all, and we're 5 hours deep already. So basically I've torn this thing apart only to realize that I've basically lost my snare and my noise because of some oscillation that I can't solve. And because I don't have the energy to scope it tonight, I'm going to put this back. I'm going to go ahead and put everything back that's I know works, which is putting it back like the schematic. And then by putting this resistor back in, putting the 18K back on 57 and the C11 capacitor, by putting all that back, tomorrow I will break out the probe and start probing voltages, find out what everything is reading, and I don't know. I wonder if I should do it live so you guys could chat with me. I don't know. I can't believe it. The first module I've had to basically, I almost had to lick my wounds on this one. I feel wounded. I feel like I should have been able to fix it. Especially with you guys helping me. Damn, y'all are better at it than I am. I'm like a noob in this mug compared to, especially, Skull, no offense, I do not know your circuit building skills. I just know that Brad repairs guitar amps, and that by itself, repairing amps is something that requires diagnostic abilities. So just off of a whim, I already know that if anything, if y'all cannot help me fix this and I can't fix it, then it's on me. It's definitely me. Because I don't know if there's anything wrong with this circuit. I don't think there is. I don't see, I didn't see anything readily in the forums. So to my knowledge, there's nothing wrong with the circuit, and that it's a user error. And I'm okay if it's a user error. Like, don't hurt my feelings or nothing, but it would be nice to know if it really is in fact an error on my end, or maybe a bad component that I've missed, or what if I got a faulty board? That's possible. The PCB company could have made a mistake, and this could have been the very one odd board that just doesn't work. But I'm putting this back like the schematic calls for. It's completely back. Everything is in its place, and that means when I go plug it in, just to verify, then what should happen when I plug into the main mix, it should hum. When I plug into the snare, it should hum, and when I plug everywhere else, it should be quiet. So let's verify that. We have power, quiet, there's the hum, and the hum. Let's check the snare, check the noise. Alright, so they're both back to what they were doing before we started. All of the diagnostics. But we're no further solved than we were when we started. So that was 3 hours of time spent and I cannot get back. And I do apologize for such a lengthy live stream being, well, this was supposed to be short. It is what it is. Hum achieved. You know what? I have a GED. If it makes you feel any better, I do too. Just check all your voltages. I appreciate your enthusiasm, your positivity, Brad. I do appreciate that. And Skull, I appreciate you hanging in there with me and helping me out too. Both of you guys. Skull's been here. We've been steadily at this for a minute. So okay. Here's what I'll do. First, let me put this down. There's no more I can do right this second. Just gonna set that aside. Let's talk about the future, because, well, that's what you do at the end of a live stream. Talk about the next one. So let me roll this up out of the way. The next planned live stream, planned being the key word, is this thing. I've already got one of these in my synthesizer, and I enjoy it. It works. It works well. Let me bring it into focus. There's not a lot to it though. It's not a complicated board. It's literally got a whole ground plane on this side and nothing on this side, which makes tracing really, really easy. I'm going to take this design and convert it to a Kosmo module. and then say, let me zoom back out and show you what I mean. What I'm going to do is like on the back of it, like that can sit on the back. And then on the front, it'll just say the hole. And it'll, you know, be like, insert your barrel jack into the hole to plug it in the back. I'll make it big enough so you can plug a barrel jack right through the front, so you don't have to drill holes in your synthesizer case, but I can still use these types of connectors, so they'll just pop right down on the PCB like that, right? So that'll be on the back like this, and then the instructions will be like, insert barrel jack in the hole, and that'll come up through, plug in. And then on the front, this thing by itself, if you note, there's nothing on it. There's no, did you plug it in and it's on. So I'm going to add switches. I want to be able to turn on and off the 5-volt rail and the 12 volts, just the whole thing on and off, and then a 5-volt on and off. So I'm going to have to reverse engineer this first. Then I'm going to have to relocate the LEDs, the ones for the 5-volt and the 12-volt plus and minus. And then I'm going to have to add some switches. But this is what we're going to use to make that Kosmo power supply. Because I definitely want one in Kosmo format. I don't like that this is all you get. This is 12 pounds. Like, I'm not mad. I love that it works. It works well. It's very efficient. But 12 pounds plus shipping, that's a lot. That's a lot for me. Like that. I'm going to go look. I want to know how much that cost me out of my pocket to get this, just the board. And I say just the board because this falls underneath the 100 millimeter square or under 10 centimeter square. And so I can get $2 for 5 of these. I paid for Frequency Central was 22 British pounds. And I'm going to have to click on the order, I think, in order for it to... It cost me out of pocket $30.03. $30.03 USD. You know what, Brad? If you're about to go live, that's perfect time, and I'll join your live as soon as I get through talking about this thing. That sound good? Perfect. So this right here, only this was $30. $30. Okay, if I go to Tadia, my trusty go-to these days, and I go to my orders, I bought every component that I needed to build this power supply. Let me double check. Give me 1 second. Okay, the capacitors, the 47 UF capacitors, I got enough to make 10 boards. It takes 6. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I got enough to make 6 boards for $18. It cost me $30 to get just this board, mind you. But for $18, I got enough capacitors to do 6. For $3, I got enough capacitors to do like 50, if you want to go by the quantity. Basically, the whole order, including the heat sinks, the 100 UF 35 volt, the 4700 25 volt, the 79 12 and the 78 12, the whole shebang. Total, I paid $8, $19, $11. Hold on, $11 plus. I got to add us 2 different orders. Give me just a second. So 11, 13, 16 plus the 18. So that's 36. 39 for $39. For $39, I got enough components. Synth cube for kit. Oh, Yeah, you're no kidding. You're dead right. Okay, so for $9 more, I got enough components on hand, and that's mainly the limiting factor is mainly these 47 UFs, because these are expensive. I don't know why, but these are actually expensive. They were the most expensive thing. The capacitors, I bought 30 for $18. It only takes 6 in a board. All right, so I've got, if I go off of the most expensive component, which is the capacitors, I've got enough to build 6 of these boards on hand for the cost of this board itself. If I take this board, break out my graph paper, reverse engineer this board, design my own Kosmo module fully, the face panel cost roughly $5 because it's 10 centimeters by 20 centimeters. That's about a $10 PCB. All right. This PCB, $2. If you've ever shopped with JLC PCB, you know that this is a $2 board for 5 of them. It's $5 for 10 of them, or $7 for 20, or something like that. Bottom line, I'm going to reverse engineer this. I'm going to order 10 of these boards with 10 face panels. Combined with the parts I bought, I could build 6 of them. Let's see, the boards, shipping and all, cost me maybe 20 plus a little smidge plus the 10, so $30. So for 69, we'll round it to 70. So for the cost of 2 of these boards, basically, the cost of 2 of these boards, not only did I reverse engineer, but I would be able to design a Kosmo power supply with power switches. With switches. This doesn't have switches. It's just on when it's plugged in. And a workable synthesizer design for Kosmo for the cost of just 2 of the boards themselves. Now, this is not me trying to be ugly. This is me trying to be cheap. I'm broke. I'm like poor as fuck. So I'm thinking I'm going to reverse engineer this board. Yes, it says designed by Rick Holt, PCB by Tom Wiltshire, Frequency Central. They get all the credit for this board. But when I reverse engineer it, what I'll do is I'm going to put a note that says based on FC Central power supply, and then I'm going to just do version 1 but be SpectrumDIY Kosmo power, because it is going to be different. The design will be different, the schematic will be different. It's not going to look like this at all. The only thing that might be resemblance is the capacitors. The 6, that's about as close together as you can get them. Other than that, it'll be my own design after that. So yeah, I'm going to definitely, you know what? Yeah, Eurorack. Well, here's the next thing. I thought about designing it as a Eurorack module, but then designing a Kosmo adapter so that it's a threefer. You get the power supply, but it's in a Eurorack, while simultaneously you could plop it in a Kosmo. I thought about it, but the only thing difference between a Eurorack and a Kosmo is the face panel, right? So if I design the overall compact enough, I could just design 2 face panels and just be different. Right, so that's what I'm gonna do. That's the next live stream. I'll do an overhead camera of reverse engineering this. There is downloadable files and schematics, but here's my opinion. If you're gonna copy some work, you should do all the work you could possibly do. And if I do all of the probing and drawing it out on paper, I feel like I've designed it. I feel like I've put in the work to deserve to be able to order these, versus if I went online and I downloaded a schematic file and sent off for the file. I don't know. I guess if it's free, it's free, right? If it's public. But anyway, I just definitely want to design my own version of this, and I want it in a Kosmo panel. I'm thinking that shouldn't be too hard to do at all. So that's the next planned one. Now, when that is, I don't know yet. It's going to depend on when these 7812 and 7912s get here. They said it was delivered today, but there were no packages. anywhere on my property, whatever. And that's the second time it's happened, but the first time it happened, it showed up later in the day. I did get a phone call from my resident person, like on there's 2 houses on the property. Well, they called me, so they might have called me to tell me I had a package. So I don't know, but that'll be the next build. Maybe next week. But music from outer space. Yeah, I've thought about that, like looking around, shopping around. Right. Well, that was the reason why I didn't mind reverse engineering, is because if you look at them, you got 12 volts going from here to here to here, and then that's 12 volts. This is negative 12 volts. Yeah. Negative. Don't ask me how I got that right the first time. It'll never happen again. Anyway, I will see you guys later. You take care. I appreciate you hanging in there and trying to help me solve the noise issue. We will get there eventually. I left it original so that when I go to plug it in and it makes that noise and hums, it'll remind me to fix it. Because if I leave it unplugged, I might not ever fix it, and it might just be one of those quirks that it just don't work. But anyway, until next time, you guys take it easy, and I will see you next week sometime. I'm going to take the weekend off, and it'll be next week before I do any more streams. But the next one will be that power supply for sure. Unless the modulation station gets here. Then that'll be the next one. But anyway. Heck yeah. That's pretty cool. Rest in peace, Ray Wilson. Oh, that sucks. I actually have the music from Outer Space schematic book, I think. The make synthesis maker book. But anyway, you guys take it easy. I'm gonna go to the transmission and then or intermission and then fade on out. So heck yeah. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. I had a great time. I'm glad the drum it works. Hey, it works. I'll still play with it. Anyway, I will see you I'm gonna hop on your stream, Brad, when you go live. So yeah. Cheers. Take care, Skull. Take care, Brad.